Yo, what's up, chefs? Let's get the Twitch chat on screen real quick, or just the chat in general, I should say. Turn up the light just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, Vapex? Sorry, brother. Yeah, I'm trying to fix the sleep schedule a little bit. Don't know quite how long this stream's gonna be. It's probably gonna be a tiny bit shorter than some of my other ones. Looking at like, I don't know exactly, but it's probably not gonna be a full 8-hour stream. But trying to fix my sleep schedule just a little bit because it got cooked a couple days ago. What's up, Macon? How you doing, brother? I'm doing good. When's the updated build guide coming out? I'm level 93 with your current build. Probably not the next video, but the one after that. And I'm trying to keep like a 2 to 4 day, or like a video posted every 2 to 4 days. So, you can do the math on that, and you have like a rough idea of how far out it is. I'm gonna try and get the Sekheamas video posted maybe tomorrow, but probably the following day. And then I'll probably be posting the next and potentially the final build update slash build guide for the Spark Sork. At least if I do any other ones besides this one, then it's gonna get like super, which is possible. I might do another one, but if I do, it's gonna be like funky, like ridiculous levels of investment required. Probably this one to a lot of people is already gonna be really expensive. Like this next one is gonna be probably 100 divine budget, give or take. So, depending on how much currency you make in a day on average, that'll probably look like crazy unreachable or super easy. But it's definitely not the cheapest build I've done by any remote stretch of the imagination. But it is also the strongest at this point. Obviously, we have continued to kick off the rust of POE, and so here on our most recent character, we've made a lot more currency, and just generally progressed a bit quicker. With that being said, I did actually want to go over a couple of the updates that we made to the build since the last stream, because right around the end of the last stream, the build was in a really good spot, but it was still just like right on the edge of being like, kind of insane. Like it was probably could do T4 Simulacrum, or yeah, I think it could just barely do T4 Simulacrum at the end of last stream. We could kill max difficulty Zesht in a couple of seconds. But since the last stream, I've made quite a few updates to the build, and I'd say now it's approaching completion levels for my personal taste. Kill Zesht in a second, can do T4 Simulacrum pretty comfortably. One of the things I'll probably do today on stream before Sekhemas is I'm going to go do T3 and 4 Arbiter just to test it out and see how it does there. Although I'm pretty sure I'm going to nuke Arbiter. But yeah, so as for the updates, I come over here to my POB. I've got 2 POBs now, so one is for like all my testing and stuff, which if you look at this one, like you can see all of the freaking items I've been going through A lot of these I've actually bought, and I've just like not deleted the unused. This is a pretty old POB import, or not save, but I've just been updating this POB a lot. But I went ahead and made a fresh, like a clean one where I could just delete all the unused, and this is where the character's currently at. So we got a new wand. The wand was 39 divine. We did not dip into the rest of the divine that the one guy handed out to us. Shout out to him. But we actually spent the last couple of days primarily just getting upgrades and then going through our entire stash. And then also learning how to live search, like flip items on the trade site. So we have made a shit ton of profit over the last like 2 days. And we've also got a bunch of, additional stuff still selling. So all of this either came from my own dump tabs, or more than likely I bought it for 1 to 2 divine, or it was some of my older stuff that I just, upgraded out of, and so now I'm trying to sell it. But we actually got this chest piece out of one of our dump stashes. It's plus 60 spirit, double attribute, 40 fire res. Unfortunately, the Warrior chest piece or whatever exists, which a lot of people, it's kind of like Hands of Wisdom in action. A lot of people just go for this chest piece, makes selling chest pieces a little bit difficult. But this is an insane chest piece, no doubt. Is there a guide you'd recommend to learn that live search stuff? If I had one, I would tell you, but I actually didn't watch any guides. I actually got like a little bit of tips here and there from one of the people in chat, Cocaine Cutie, but literally all I did, I'm not joking, I probably bought 10 items this way at least, is I went to my trade links documents for my ranger, for my sorceress, and I opened up like 4 different jewel trade links. So I opened up the endgame one for the ranger, like the regular endgame one. I opened up the quiver bonus jewel trade link. I opened up both of the spark sorceress jewel links that are currently now in the Google Doc. I added one more for the non-crit version. I opened up all 4 of those, and then I opened up the ring link for spark sorceress, the breach ring link, or I think it's just a ring link, but I just typed in breach rings, so it'd be only breach rings. Set the maximum price on all of them to like 1 or 2 divines, depending on the specific search. And then I just messed with the weighted sum filter very minimally. Like I maybe took a couple things out or added a couple things, but not too much. And then I just messed with the minimum number until there was, when I did a regular search, there were basically like no results popping up. Maybe 1 or 2 within the last couple days. And then I would just live search that. And so basically, if anything popped up with a high enough sum of the weighted sum within 1 to 2 divs, I would, look at it, see if it looked good. If it did, snipe it. I had a lot of people responding to me because I was in like the middle. This was like during the middle of the night, so they probably weren't getting hit up by a lot of people. But then, yeah, I just sniped a bunch of jewels. I sold one for 15 div. Not too long ago. I actually have the replay of it right here. Yeah, I bought this jewel. I was doing a little bit of trial of Sekheamas, but I bought this jewel for 1 div, I believe. It was either 1 div or 2 div. And then someone ended up buying it for 15. And yeah, bought it for 15. And I've had a couple other things like that. We also got a controlled metamorphosis, not this one, but we got one from farming breach. I've probably killed 15 to 30 breaches over the last, or T4 Zest over the last 1 to 2 days, just testing out the build. We got a really nice rolled controlled metamorphosis that was like 12 divine. And yeah. and a bunch of other things have sold. We figured out how to like gamble on skill gems. We gambled like 12 Tempest Flurries. We sold 2 level 19 5 socket 20 quality plus 1 level from corruption Tempest Flurries for like 13 div each. Off of gambling 12, we made like a 10 div profit from that. And yeah, it's actually been nuts how much currency I've been making the last couple days, or it's like exponential, it feels like. So essentially find things cheap that could go for more. Yeah, that's like a simplified way to put it for sure. I can show you really quick, just like a little demonstration. So this is my Spark Sorceress trade link. I'd come down here to the jewels. I would do like this one. If I can see open link, I think that's open link. And I actually saved them over here, but yeah, well, I don't need to worry about that right now. So all I did pretty much is I took the divine orb. At first I started at 10, and then I added one thing here. Meta energy gained. Meta skills, I think. Yeah, meta skills gain percent increased energy. Add that with a weight of 2. And then I sorted by the sum, and it's like, okay, there's a bunch of jewels here in the 10 div price range that are a sum of like 130 or above. So then I set my divine down to like 2 divine orbs, search, go to a minimum on the weighted sum of like 130. I can see that listed an hour ago there was 1 jewel with a sum of 130 that was listed for 1 divine. I could set the listed up to a week ago. I'll set this to up to 3 days ago. And there's still only 1, so I'm going to lower this just a little bit. 120, 15 results. So I would probably leave this at 120 or maybe put it at 125, and then I just live search. And then just let this sit on my second monitor while I'm looking for my own upgrades or going through my dump tab or farming or whatever. And then whenever one pops up, you get the little ping and bada bing. Yeah, I set up a couple of them. Let's see, how close was I? So yeah, it's basically the exact same. I added the meta skill. This is like the one I bookmarked. I added the meta skills weight. Set it to 120, had a divine orb price of 1. And then that's pretty much the exact same thing that I did here. I just did divine orb price of 2. And then you just wait for them to ping, and when they ping, you check them, see if they're good. If they're good, you snipe them up and collect the profit. Actually, yeah, my breach ring one that I was looking for was actually the breach ring trade link from my monk that I edited. I don't know why all of this stuff is here. Whoops. Deactivate live search. Oh, I was price checking a ring that I'd actually sniped. I guess I bookmarked the tab incorrectly. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now I can actually just leave this on my second monitor. And if I have any pop up, I will actually just potentially buy them so I can show the second part of the process. Okay. Yep, no problem. Thorpe. What's your next build? My next build will probably be starting in the next league. I don't actually know if I'll do another build this league or not. If I do, another build this league, then thinking about maybe doing like a totem build or maybe a minion build perhaps. But I'm mainly looking forward to making, because like the problem is if I make another build in this league, with us being so close to the new patch, the likelihood of balance changes coming in and just like messing it up, or kind of like invalidating any guides that I make for the new build, would feel kind of like poop. So yeah, I don't know. It seems like I might just be sticking with the Sork for the rest of the way. I might do some like other fun stuff though. I'm not quite sure yet. Anyways, though, back to the upgrades. So we got a +5 lightning spell skill wand, good mana, good damage, cast speed, intelligence. This cost us 39 div. This is the most expensive item I've bought in POE 2 so far by probably 3x. But yeah, we had like over 80 div in the currency tab, so I thought, you know, it's finally, I think it's probably time to get like a pretty much end game, like, or end build viable wand. Obviously it could be better, but it is just insane. Then we absolutely sniped this focus. I'll actually just show him in game. We absolutely sniped this focus for 5 div. I haven't even really price checked it to see exactly how much it's worth, but I know it's like stupid. I mean, this is like a ridiculously good focus. +2 level of all spell skills, intelligence, mana regen, high mana, increased lightning damage. The mana could be higher. The mana regen could also be higher, but that +2 to level of all spell skills for 5 div is like just honestly insane. So yeah, this was a huge steal. We got it once again in the middle of the night. We got it like 7 minutes after the dude posted it. Finally, we got 2 new rings. It's just like a minor upgrade on the left side. There wasn't anything too crazy here, but on the right side, we upgraded from this ring to this one. Now, funnily enough, our spark tooltip with the ring we upgraded to is 111k. With the ring we upgraded from, it's actually 133k. But that's because the ring that we got rid of has cast speed. A little bit complicated here, but basically, when we swapped rings, we lost DPS, but we increased our average hit damage. So we were using this one. We had a hit DPS of 1.4 mil or 1.375. When we swap to this one, we lose a lot of hit DPS. We go down to 1.1 mil, but we actually improve our average hit damage. Improving the damage there doesn't actually matter too much, but the reason we got the ring in the first place is because we needed more mana regen. So that's where we got it, and even though we lost some DPS for it, we at least improved the average hit damage, which is improving our chance to shock, which our chance to shock currently is sitting at 100%, even on a max difficulty Zesht, which is kind of insane. So now the build is just like come together. I mean, it's absolutely slapping. Next, we need to get a new ingenuity for sure, higher percentage. And yeah, we upgraded a bunch of other stuff too. Like, I think we upgraded almost all of our pieces off stream. Or, not all of them, but we upgraded our wand. We went from a shield to a focus. We got a new helmet with rarity. We got new gloves with rarity. We got new boots with more mana, more intelligence. Or the previous boots didn't even have intelligence. And these have more energy shield. And yeah, the spark gems are the same as they were at the end of last stream, I believe, anyways. But we're playing Arcane Tempo, Excel, Overcharge, Lightning Exposure, and Considered Casting. When we do bosses, we swap Acceleration out for... And I also haven't, or I've been on for a little bit, so I'm actually going to lower the price on a bunch of these things just to incentivize them to sell a little bit quicker. because I am not really one for just letting stuff sit around in my stash forever. Some of these are actually pretty new. Okay. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, Gladful? How you doing, brother? Sorry to hear you're at work, my man. Is there any advantage playing one class over another while I'm learning the ins and outs for the game? I would say so, yeah. Like, some of the classes have ascendancies attached to them that are just a bit easier to get going, require less investment of currency to get going. So they're just like, they just kind of come together a bit better. And they require less overall knowledge of the game, I would say, as well. Anyways, though, T4 max difficulty Zesht. Sure, yeah, my sport gems are looking good. Oh yeah, and also I forgot to mention from the POE, our full DPS now is up to over 7 mil with our current setup, and that's just on POE. Obviously, the actual in-game DPS is much higher. I have a replay of me killing Zesht like about an hour or two ago and literally died in like half a second. I will say I haven't tested Zesht with the new ring, nor have I tested T4 Simulacrum, so this will actually probably be good to see if the new ring is actually an upgrade or not. Because obviously, like I said before, we did lose damage on it, but we got mana regen, which is just kind of like comfortability, I suppose. Or maybe not comfortability, it's just like quality of life, I guess. But the other one wasn't bad if we actually were killing monsters, because we do have recover % mana on kill in a bunch of our duels, so I don't know, it's really just like quality of life for bosses, I suppose. I will say we did actually lose some tankiness by dropping the shield for this focus, but I think the amount of DPS we gained is probably worth it, because now everything literally just instantly evaporates. Should probably also test a T15 Delirious map as well. I haven't actually done that with all the upgrades.
Favors me.
Yo, congrats, Michael Drury. Let's go, brother. Let me swap out my support.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate. We that fail.
Nice. Yeah, that was honestly not as quick as it has been in other times, but it was still pretty damn good. There is actually one other way I want to test Zest really quick now that I think about it. I want to try something I was doing as well as I was putting strip away in my spark instead. I was running controlled destruction instead of energy retention. I want to try this. Because I haven't tried it since I got all the big upgrades. Let me just look what happens to my shock chance. Oh yeah, my chance to shock goes down to 79%. Never mind. Yeah, I don't even think I need to test that. I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Definitely, this is set up with my specific gear anyways. I think if I had a chance to shock +5 wand running strip away instead of controlled destruction here, and then putting controlled destruction on my cast on shock instead of energy retention, might actually be, or would maybe actually be better. Alrighty, let's do a T4 Simulacrum really quick. We'll just show that off as well. Because I did actually complete my first one off stream, unfortunately. So, seems only fair that I complete one on stream at this point.
Remember this ramshackle place? A second home, and yet something seems off. Does it not?
Just really quickly show that we do have all our sim points, of course.
And survive. I think it's time to at last test your limits.
You will burn! Didn't break a sweat.
Yeah, it's actually a little weird at like the beginning of the simulacrum. Having more mana regen feels better because there's not enough monsters to kill for my recover mana on kill jewels to like give me super big effect. But as we ramp up the waves, there just ends up being more monsters, and I'm just recovering my mana so quick. But yeah, even with the new ring with mana regen, we still don't quite out-sustain without inspiration, obviously. Like, if we had inspiration still in our spark, we would have no problem with mana right now.
There is
But
power in this
upgrading the ingenuity will help with that a little bit, and I think just generally, it's okay to not completely out-sustain your mana. Alright, so we actually just had 2 results pop up on the live searches. Show those really quick. We had 1 pop up here. I'm just gonna buy them both. I'm not 100% sure this one's like a perfect candidate. I mean, mana regen isn't the most ideal stat here. It's not bad though. And then the other one was right here. This one, if I can get it, definitely gonna be, this one's way underpriced, I'm pretty sure. Increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver is incredibly pricey, typically. Looks like, unfortunately, we're probably not gonna get it. I might have scared them away by messaging so early. Like, they might think they underpriced their item now, but tried Widowhail Gemling Spark. I have 400 projectile speed and AFK and T4 Simulacrum. I haven't tried the Widowhail version yet. That's honestly something I probably will try at this point now that... I mean, obviously I could keep upgrading this version, but... say it'd be worth to try out the Widowhail version finally, because I have heard a lot about it. But I've just never given it a try. But, what all do you change for Widowhail? Do you literally, like, can I legit just keep all the same gear and then just slap on a Widowhail and a good quiver? Or do you also need, like, the Adorned and Magic Corrupted jewels? Or is that not necessary? Just Widow and Quiver? Okay, yeah, I'll have to try that soon. I think we could definitely afford it at this point. I don't know what good rolled Corrupted Widowhails are going for at this exact moment, but should be something we try.
Garukan favors me.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Yeah, and honestly, the Widowhail version does look fun just because you have so much projectile speed that, I mean, the sparks just like look so satisfying.
You will burn.
Yeah, there, like our cast on shock is working so much better now at this point. Like it literally, whenever the bosses pop up in Simulacrum, they just instantly die to the cast on shock. Like no delay. I would probably recommend Monk, Old Man card. Monk and then go the Invoker Ascendancy. That class is like super easy to get rolling. And specifically Ice Strike Monk would be my recommendation. Some people might tell you Tempest Flurry, but I think Ice Strike is just easier. You just freeze everything and it's just so strong.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Victory is mine.
What support gems do you have in Spark now? I've been following your build to a T and it slaps. Appreciate all the effort you put in. Hey, shout out you, man. I appreciate you for tuning into the stream. Currently, support gems we're running are Arcane Tempo, Acceleration, Overcharge, Lightning Exposure, and Considered Casting. In order to do this, though, you have to have a lot of mana regen, and your investment probably has to be pretty high if you want to take out Inspiration. But once you can eventually take out Inspiration, you can go like Overcharge and Lightning Exposure together, and then you just completely drop Orb of Storms, like you never press this button anymore. And then if you want to, go an extra step, you swap out Acceleration for Controlled Destruction on bosses, or Strip Away. This really depends on your wand, I think, but with my current wand, putting Controlled Destruction in is actually better. And yeah, quiver bonus jewels for the Widow Hill version. Yeah, I was kind of assuming that would probably be the strat. Although maybe not mandatory, it would probably make a pretty big difference. Also, for anyone that was curious, I finally did the math on cast on shock. I'll go over it in just a second. So the math on cast on shock and why you want to get 150% energy gain modifier, and specifically, you really want to get like 150% and try and stay on that number. It's not going to hurt you if you go above it, but anything above it, unless you get to, technically, I don't know the next breakpoint right now, but I know it's like so far away that it's probably not worth considering. But if you get this to 150, the reason why it's important is because, hello. If I can hold Alt on this. Let me make sure my math was right again. I'll just do it really quick. So 40 times 2.5. Yeah, so just by default, you're getting 2 energy per power of enemies you shock with hits from skills. So, man, why will this not? There we go. Unique enemies have 20 power, so like Zesht, Pinnacle bosses, etc., they have 20 power. So that's 40 energy per shock you do at a default. And then you can look at the cast time of Lightning Conduit. It has a 1 second cast time, or it's a 2 second cast time. I don't actually know. I mean, it says plus 1 second right here. It's either 1 or 2, but that doesn't really change the math too much. It just could make it half as long or take twice as long, I should say, but it doesn't really change the math on the breakpoint. So if you're getting 40 energy per shock by default, if you have 150% increased, you would multiply 40 by 2.5 and you get 100. And so every time you shock, you're getting 100 energy, which is basically exactly what you need to cast Lightning Conduit. Assuming it's actually 1 second. If it is 2 seconds, then you need 200 energy, and then that means you're getting 50% from each shock. Because it either needs 100 energy or 200 energy, depending on whether or not it's 1 or 2 seconds. So it's either 1 shock per cast on shock proc with Lightning Conduit, or it's 2 shocks. I can maybe figure that out whenever I next do a big boss. I'll just get a screen cap of it and look. What level do I need to be to start converting to this build? I'm a Spark Stormweaver already. I would recommend just following my guides in order, or someone else's if you want to. But for like my current version of the build, you'd probably want to be like level 90 plus with a lot of currency. But you can follow the progression of the build if you check out the guides on the YouTube, and they have max roll planners and all that good stuff. Yo, what's up, Harold? How you doing, brother? Or Sky. Old Sky. Blue Sky, I still remember. But I guess I'm going to call you Harold from now on. So I'm just going back through the older messages that I missed. You're testing non-crit versus crit a few days ago. What was your conclusion? Is crit a lot better? I wouldn't say so. I'm actually still using the non-crit version right now, and it feels really good. I think like my conclusion currently is that crit and non-crit feel very similar at the budgets that I've played them. So like up to 100 div, they feel very similar. I would say non-crit probably actually even has a bit of an advantage up to 100 divine because you can just find a lot cheaper items and get like very consistent high damage and just nuke everything. But if you're trying to scale beyond like killing pinnacles in a second, like you want to literally kill them before the health bar even shows up on screen, or you want to be able to like do T4 Simulacrum with your eyes closed and spend 500 div, then crit probably starts to take a pretty big lead the more budget you have. Probably like 200 plus div, crit's going to start to feel quite a bit better. I would assume. I haven't gotten there yet, but that's my current conclusion, I guess. Yo, what's up again, Harold? Did you do T15 sim yet? This is a max difficulty simulacrum. I have done it already. I've done a couple now, but they were off stream. This is the first one I'm doing on stream. Now I'm just going over chat though, but I'm on wave 8 currently. But we made a lot of upgrades to the build. I went over most of them at the beginning of the stream. The build is like super strong now. We have let me put the correct stuff back in here. We have over 7 million full DPS in POB, over 1 million hit DPS on Spark with an average hit of 301k. And our, like, I mean, we killed a Zesht earlier on stream. He died in half a second. But yeah, now the build is much stronger than it was at the end of last stream, even though it was already really strong at that point as well, I guess. Congrats, Drum Jerry. When I was looking at cast on shock, I saw max energy was 300. Does this mean I need 300? I'm sorry if y'all can hear my dogs. They're going crazy. This might be saying that you need 300 energy. Hold on, let me go shush my dogs up a little bit. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking you're right that this maybe means how much energy you need for the spell, like the spells that you have socketed to get triggered. In my head, 300 doesn't really make sense because it says cast time of 1 second and then it says plus 1 second to total cast time. I don't know if that means it's a total of 2 seconds or not. I can actually probably check. Let me do lightning conduit. Let's see if POB has the answer. Cast rate 0.71. That's like, I mean, that's more than one. It's more than a 1 second cast time, but it's not a 2 second cast time. So I don't know. Now I don't think I don't actually think 300 energy is the correct number. Maybe it is. Maybe this is just telling you the max amount of energy that you can like utilize throughout all of your socketed skills or something. I'm not exactly sure. Yo, what's up, Alpha? Um. Anyway, so and we also have 60% total chance for our trigger skills to refund half of their energy due to energy retention and this passive node. What did you end up getting for an amulet? I kind of just currently have a placeholder one, with spirit and like a ton of mana. Spirit, ton of mana, strength to meet the requirement of the Mortar Invictus, and then just some res. So it's not super crazy, but trying to upgrade to one with like plus levels of spell skills is going to be extremely expensive for sure. Should try a Desperate Alliance run to really test your DPS. I'm actually going to try a T4 Arbiter. I might do a Desperate Alliance run as well, but I don't really have the relics for Desperate Alliance runs, I don't think. I haven't done enough research on what relics you should be running with that, but I do have a full relic set up now for farming unique relics. I did that earlier just to like make sure it was working properly. I did 2 runs, got 1 Desperate Alliance each run. I've got it set up to where I have just enough increased quantity of relics found to be able to get the boon that increases the effect of your non-unique relics by 30%. So that way I have exactly 100% increased quantity of relics dropped. So I'm guaranteed to get 2 drops.
You will burn. Didn't break a sweat.
I threw some in the guild stash that may be suitable. Okay, I'll maybe look into them. Or I'll try and look at them. If they don't have 60 spirit though, I'll just say unfortunately it won't work. At least not currently.
There is power in this object.
I also fixed up my loot filter a little bit. Basically spent the last couple days just like tidying up a bunch of stuff. Oh wait, what? I realized I was in the next area already. The Desperate Alliance is one of the unique relics, Michael Drury. It's the one that basically makes Zarok have like close to 100% more HP and do 100% more damage. One of those is 75%. I don't know if he does 75% more damage or if he has 75% more HP, but basically has a ton more HP and a ton more damage. And if you complete it, then you get the Against the Darkness jewel guaranteed.
Nothing you do matters. The dreamland and the dreamer will pass into the next world.
Wall of flame. Die forgotten.
Also, just a heads up, I am somewhat tired already. So if my energy is a little low this stream, that would be why.
I can't do that.
No, they interrupted my sigil of power. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh. I might die, actually. Oh, yeah, I died. Wait, how? Bro, how did I just die on this T4 sim? Actually, to be fair, I did say I had yet to test my new ring. And my new ring actually could be not good for me. Or making it harder. That was a little unlucky though. My sigil of power got interrupted and it went on cooldown. That's so crazy. I did like 5 of these on T4 off stream. And then I go to do one on stream and I fail on like wave 12, which is like crazy. We gotta run it back. We're gonna lock in a little bit for this one, and maybe I'll put on my old ring and see.
So many horrors and so nothing. I think it's time to at last test your limits.
Technically, this ring might actually be better for Simulacrum anyways. If it does have less mana regen, but I'm getting so much mana recovered on kill that I think it'll be okay.
Desert fire. Garukan favors me.
This is only the beginning.
You will burn. There is power in
Nice.
this object.
Moment.
I can
Let
feel it.
yourself be drawn into the mire.
Yeah, here's my passive tree, Mikey. It's a bit complicated, to be perfectly honest, but there she is. Yo, what's up, Savanda A? Glad to hear the build's helping you out, man. Appreciate you. And yeah, nah, even, I mean, pretty much up until max level, I think like the best way to level is just doing like tier 16 plus maps. Ideally doing like tier 18 maps with increased experience gain is like the best way to level, I think, but basically just do maps. I'm not gonna pick up the high level crafting base wands right now. I want to keep my dump tabs actually clean.
Darukan favors me.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of
All you need to do, Alpha, for the weighted sum is
Desert fire!
if you're basically just choose your budget. So if your budget is 1 divine orb for the jewel, then set the max price to 1 divine orb. Then you can literally just take away the minimum of the weighted sum filter for a second, hit search, and then sort by the sum. See what the highest sum is for less than 1 divine. Scroll down a little bit, scroll down like 20, 50 results, see what that sum is. Type that sum into the minimum of the weighted sum filter, re-hit search, and then you're pretty much good to go. And yeah, and then if you need to like add anything, like add any additional stats or whatever, you can, but now, how am I all of a sudden getting frozen? Yo. Savanda with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, my man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man.
You can't get rid of the exile. I am.
We got a 6 div sale. Gotta take a short break in the simulacrum for that, that's for sure. Yo, what's up, Mark White? That was you. It's funny, man. Also, hold on, I gotta check something really quick. How weird that. Wait, I literally went through this on the last stream with the tips, and I figured out the tips. Yeah, this was like one of the tips from last stream. I figured out what fixed the tips, and it seems like for some reason the super chat alert didn't work either. But now I gotta remember what I did to fix it, because I don't actually remember. Oh no, wait, I do remember. Wait, that's weird. It doesn't have the issue. Hmm. I wish I had the Hammer Herald low key. What? Hmm. Now the alert box. Like what? Page is not available. Oh, maybe now we have something? Yeah, it's weird. It's not even showing up as a recent event in my Streamlabs. Streamlabs is so whack, man.
Will pass into the next world.
Not yet. Wall of flame. There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Yo, what's up, Arcane? How you doing, brother? Yo, these freaking bots coming in here to spam the like Twitch view bot shit. It's crazy. Is your spark corrupted? My spark is not corrupted currently. I've yet to get a +1 spark. I do have enough currency for it though, so that is something I probably should do in the very near future. And I actually might need to lower the level of my lightning conduit because my lightning conduit is like actually almost hitting me when it procs. Yo, what? Wait, there's no way I'm dying right now. I'm so confused. I'm not sure if... Did some part of my upgrade actually like mess up my ability to do T4 Simulacrum? I'm so confused. I don't think I really made any passive changes whenever I was doing it. Maybe I was running lightning pin on the nasty mods, but I don't even think I was doing that really. Need to stop putting my new rings away. Let me think. I don't think it was the shield that I swapped. I mean, I'm pretty sure when I was doing the T4 sims, I was running my Mahu still, but I don't think that that's like the deal breaker.
Speak.
A new realm.
Let me try one more. Drops done for POE 2? I think they are, although I'm not positive. I didn't get drops, or like I wasn't part of the drop program or whatever, so I don't know for sure, but I think they are probably about over. Any men on kill jewels changed? No, I don't think so. I think I've still got all the men on kill.
Wall of flame.
I'm gonna try with the new ring a little bit more.
Rakan favors me.
It might actually be my lightning conduit. Hold on, I think I'm gonna swap my lightning conduit after this. Oh, let's go. It's my first level 20 skill gem. For the first one I've found. Let me go back real quick.
Speak.
I wanted to run inspiration on Spark just because you can get a. I mean, I was running inspiration on Spark, but once you get enough mana regen, it makes sense to take inspiration out of Spark for like more damage and supportive jewels.
Desert fire. Victory is mine.
And as for the icebreaker part of my amulet, I definitely didn't have icebreaker whenever I was doing, or like whenever I completed the T4 simulacrums. I was running icebreaker like a pretty long time ago, but I haven't ran it in a very long time. So am I actually losing? 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 Am I actually los Did I lose XP when I died in the sim? Actually, don't know. I gotta check that really quick. Yeah, you definitely do lose XP even dying in sim, so I need to chill out with dying. No more deaths.
Desert fire.
Actually, maybe I was doing this too. I might have been using controlled destruction here. Do you ever use Mana Tempest? Not anymore. Ever since I swapped to Mana only, I never use Mana Tempest anymore. Because using Mana Tempest is just like too risky. It's too easy for you to just die.
A rare treasure.
Vinny, do you have YouTube members? I do. I do, Thorpe. YouTube members currently get a couple like special subscriber emotes, or not subscriber emotes, but like special emotes and stuff like that. What do you replace Mana Tempest with? Nothing. I just stopped using it. Oops.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Didn't break a sweat.
I could probably make this sim a bit easier on myself if I actually wanted to swap to my lightning pen jewel for bad waves, but I'm kind of determined to not swap because I know I did not have to swap jewels when I did T4 sims earlier.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Yeah, I know, that's a good idea, Andre. I've used those before a lot, but I just don't have any in my inventory right now. Honestly, I should probably go grab one after this wave, just in case. Why is your life at 1? Because I'm playing Chaos Inoculation, which is a passive node that makes you immune to chaos damage, but you have 1 life. Let me go pick up a couple of those omens, actually.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Mix? Thanks for your spark build. I'm glad to hear the spark build's working for you, brother. Appreciate you stopping into the stream, my man. Thank you, thank you.
You can't get rid of the exile.
You will burn!
Oh, you know what else I was doing? I was also putting conductivity below my feet before, actually. So when the monsters, like, actually got to me, they were cursed.
Victory is mine!
I don't know if that's making, like, a huge difference or not, necessarily, but
Garukan
was
favors
something
me.
I was doing.
Nothing you do matters. The dreamland and the dreamer will pass into the next world.
Go sell this jewel for 4 div really quick. Now that people are waking up, all this stuff is starting to sell pretty quick. Just following your cast on crit Stormweaver endgame build, which against the darkness do I need? Currently, the one I'm using is increased mana and fire resistance. I think you probably, the main one though is the increased mana. The second stat kind of can be whatever you want unless you have a ton of currency. If you've got like 90 divine to spend, you could do increased maximum mana and increased percentage intelligence, but that's going to be like 90 div, give or take. What is your tooltip DPS? Depends on the ring I'm using. Looks like right now it's 132k. With this other ring, it's 158. But the actual DPS difference between these rings is not quite like that. The tooltip is just not really calculating everything exactly.
Die! Forgotten! Desert fire!
No freeze.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Do you not wonder what hearts
I'm trolling. I keep forgetting to put my stuff down first.
this and beckons you to fall?
Yeah, it's weird. I think this is definitely still possible, but it's like I am really starting to think maybe it was the shield, the Mahu, that was like an important part of this. Yo, Dolan Thorpe with the YouTube membership. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. I'm actually gonna check on my Spark. If I go back to my Mahu, this guy's buying another jewel from me. Holy. Fun fact, you can only join from the web portal. Not actually sure. Like, I know what a web portal is, I guess, but I'm not exactly sure why you're having that issue. Or at least, like, I haven't heard that issue from other people quite yet. Let me check. Check the Mahu. Paste this back into POB. I feel like it can't be the Mahu. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense anyways. Or it doesn't make any sense, I don't think, that it would be the Mahu. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, the block chance is the one thing that's making me think maybe, but... Yeah, if I fail this one, then I'll throw the Mahu on and see if that is the difference maker. Because now I am kind of determined to figure out how I was able to, like, consistently do this multiple times in a row earlier, and then I made upgrades, and then all of a sudden I can't do it anymore. Even though I definitely improved my DPS a lot. No, my lightning conduit killed me. Okay, that was definitely my lightning conduit. So that's actually from the shield, or from the +2 level. So I need to downgrade my lightning conduit even more. Let's go with the level 16. 16 plus 5, that's going to be a... Or no. 16 plus 7. It's going to be a 23. And you know what? Let's just pull out the Mahu just to see. We can at least scratch this off the list if we need to. Alright. Let me reactivate my Omen.
Remember this ramshackle stood against so many Sekheamas, and yet something. I think it's time to last test of your evidence.
Not yet. Didn't break a sweat. Can't do that yet. Garukan favors me.
I'm gonna try one other thing actually really quick too. This is kind of like an audible. I'm not sure if this is gonna be the right play, but I'm gonna try it.
Inspiring.
This is only the beginning.
You will burn!
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be napping stupid hard later today, Thorpe. You don't even know, my man. The nap later is gonna hit absolutely different. Like, I'm gonna get this stream in. I'm gonna go make some food. I'm gonna hit the bed and just instantly knock. All right, 50. Yo, man, I did not want to start you. I wanted to go into my stash. Thank you very much. I saw the 50% Ellie res, and I was about to pull out my lightning pen gem to try hard because I took off my lightning pen passive nodes. What made you move to Spark over your Monk and Deadeye builds? Nothing in like super particular. I kind of like felt pretty completed on my Monk and Deadeye, so I wanted to just move on to the next build. There's still like a bunch of time left in the league, so, and Spark sounded fun. I'd played very little caster builds in POE prior to this one, so I knew it was going to be something quite different. Is there a node that increased damage according with intelligence or something? There is, right up here. 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Desert fire!
And then not only does that node give you damage, but also, obviously, intelligence is giving you mana, and every 100 mana you get results in extra damage as well. Do you have a favorite or most fun build? I think my most fun build right now would be Spark. It's been like the most complicated and difficult to like learn because, like I said, I haven't played many casters prior to this, but I think that's part of what's made it fun. Had to do a lot of research to try and like understand the shit. Bro, this guy's bought all of my jewels. This is the third jewel he's bought from me in like 10 minutes. He spent like 20 divine on jewels from me. This guy is just buying all my jewels. I can't tell if he's getting the hookup or if I'm getting the hookup. Like, maybe a little bit of both. But yeah, long story short, I'd say Spark has been my most fun so far. Just because it's been like so different from builds that I played in POE 2. How's that jewel worth 12 div? What am I missing? I'll look at it in just a second. Try and explain. So this jewel worth 12 div because, well, I mean, there's 4 reasons because all 4 of the stats are really good, but just use the price checker really quick. And I mean, I don't think so. There's only one on the market with this set of 4 stats. I do not believe anybody is paying 118 div for this. To be fair, this is a perfectly rolled magnitude of shock, perfectly rolled skill effect. These are not perfectly rolled at all. So this is a good jewel. I don't think it's worth 118 div though. But long story short, magnitude of shock, super good stat for Spark Sorks. So it's like, if you ever get that stat plus 3 other good stats, chances are the jewel is worth at least 5 div. And the higher that stat is also very important. Like, a 20% magnitude of shock jewel is crazy.
I can feel it.
I would probably recommend, personally, I would recommend Monk. I think Ice Strike Monk is probably one of like the most beginner friendly builds or classes or whatever.
Wall of flame! I can't do that yet. Didn't break a sweat. I need more time.
Little Widow Hail. Nice, nice. Okay, let me get in the stash, big guy. Thank you. Oh, my lightning penetration is on my Orb of Storms, that's why. Still like that. What does magnitude actually do? Magnitude improves the effect of ailments. So like if your like shocks start off with 20% effect, I believe, by default. So if you have 50% increased magnitude, that results in a 30% shock at that point instead of a 20%. And the damage increase that you get from shocks, even though it says increased, like shock is an ailment that causes targets to take 20% increased damage. And you might be thinking like, oh, well, you know, what about just 12% increased lightning damage? Like, if shock is just 20% or 30% increased damage, what's the big deal? The problem is it's not increased, even though that's what it says. It's targets to take 20% increased damage, which basically means more. So it's actually like 30% more damage taken instead of increased. Increased, you know, additive with all the other forms of increased. But then shock is like an extra multiplier on your damage. So getting increased magnitude of shock, very valuable. My current sorceress setup has me shocking. Each of my shocks is 76% more damage, and I apply 2 of them. So I'm doing 156% more multiplied damage in the calculation,
Desert fire.
which ends up being very, very strong.
You can't get rid of the exile. I am you.
Sand, take you! A rare treasure.
Yeah, 2 shocks add up. So, and you only get 2 shocks because of the Stormweaver Ascendancy, obviously. But basically, this is like a super complicated part of damage calculations. But basically, there's a bunch of different damage buckets in POE. So like increased lightning damage or increased spell damage are within one bucket. So like if you get 12% increased lightning and 12% increased spell damage, you add those together, 24% increased damage. If your spark was doing 100 damage, you're now doing 124. Shock is in a separate bucket, meaning that if you have 20% shock and you also have 24% increased with 100 base damage, it would be 100 times 1.24 for the increased times 1.2 for the shock, which, like, to show what that, means, I guess, doing 100 damage default, 24% increased, 1.24, and then you have 20% shock, you do times 1.2. The alternative would be, like, if they all added together, it would just be 100 times 1.44, because you're getting 24% increase, 20% shock. If it was all additive, it'd be 1.44, resulting in less damage. Obviously, these numbers get way more drastic as you get higher. If you're doing like 50,000 damage with your spark and you have, 220%, 50,000, and you have 220% increased damage, that would be times 3.2. And then if you have 156% shock, that would be times 2.56. And you can see how the damage starts to, get pretty drastic because you're multiplying in multiple different ways. Another example of this is resistance. Like if you're lowering the enemy's resistance, or even if it's not lowered, like that happens at the end of the calculation. It's another multiplier. So if they have 75% fire res and you're doing fire damage, it's going to really screw your damage. On the flip side, if you're putting them at negative 100 fire res and you're doing fire damage, that's like another multiplier. And this is kind of like how you scale your damage in this game, basically. You want as many of these different multipliers that you can fit into your build as possible.
I can't do that yet.
Maybe not as many as possible, but you want to stack them up.
Nothing you do matters. The dreamland and the dreamer will pass
Didn't
into
break a
the
sweat.
next world.
Holy, I'm getting knocked around by these dudes.
Garukan favors me. I need more time.
What size is your ring for controlled metamorphosis? It's a massive one.
Victory is mine.
All right, wave 13. This might be what's causing me to get frozen, actually. This monsters deal 40% of damage is extra cold. Might be a bit of a pooper with no icebreaker. Anoint.
Wall of flame.
Yeah, the boss definitely just froze me there. Okay, we survived though. Wasn't really sketchy or anything either.
Sand, take you. Not yet. Garukan favors me.
Ooh, tier 4 wand. That could be nice. Okay, wave 15 to 15. So, like, what? This sucks, kind of, because I didn't isolate a variable. I changed, like, 3 things at once. I changed this to that. I went back to my Mahu shield. And I also started using Lightning Pen. So, I don't know. I don't know specifically which part it was. Obviously, we have to see if we can still even do it, but wave 15. But I think we're going to be good on wave 15 because the mods aren't bad.
Exile.
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
Woo. Damn, yeah, maybe it really was the Mahu shield. I actually don't know. I'll have to do some more testing on that off stream, figure out what really was the difference maker, or maybe
Whether you like it or not.
maybe there's a chance that I just got unlucky with the mods, like those 2 previous deliriums. Maybe I just got unlucky with bad mods or something. I don't actually know. Yeah, so you get more modifiers as you go up in waves, but they don't all stack. But you do start to get more, and then also the deliriousness effect goes up as well. And delirious at 100% delirious effect, which at the end of T4 Simulacrum, it's 140% delirious. But at 100% delirious, enemies take 80% less damage and do 30% increased. So at 140, pull out the calculator. 80 divided by 100. Yeah, 0.8 per times that by 140. I don't know if that's right. I mean, this is making it, maybe it's like it's not linear. It might be like some sort of curved graph, but based on that math, at 140% delirious, they would take 112% less damage, but I don't know if that means they would just take 0 or not. Sounds like it would make them take 0, so it probably has like some sort of curved scaling.
Yes.
Alrighty though, so we got the simulacrum done. I think now I'm gonna put my big boy lightning conduit back in there, and I'm gonna go try and do Arbiter of Ash super quick. Damn, our currency went up so much. It's actually crazy. I'm gonna go do the last 2 difficulties of Arbiter of Ash super quick. I feel like this should be easy. I might have to downgrade my lightning conduit for this as well. I don't know. Actually, probably just to be safe, I'll probably start with my level 18.
Hello.
But let's go do an Arbiter of Ash. Well, we're going to do 2, actually. 1.05 to 1. So I'm probably just going to buy this in Exalted. Man, I wish this would just, like, auto math for you. I feel like it should, but it doesn't. I need 2 of these. So that's 867. Just about. And I need 2 of these, which is... Oh my goodness, yo, Jack Marshall, wait. Okay, wait, that's crazy. I've been doing the math this whole time. All you have to do is freaking delete and click off. Wait, that's crazy, bro. That is so nice, actually. $2.91. Actually, let me just do chaos. Fine, chaos. Oh, that's actually so nice. Wait, it's like... It's trying to cheat me out of like 1 chaos orb, though. I don't like that. I don't like that game. Alright, there we go. Go to the chaos.
Hello there.
Let's grab two of these. 1 to 128. Damn, wait, what? Wait, that cannot be right. This is so whack. No. I mean, I could, but I don't know.
How can I help?
I'm just doing the divine orbs. I'm just caving. I should have just done this from the very beginning. Oops. Give me that back. Alright, for the boss, I'm pretty positive for anything other than Simulacrum, I don't use the shield. The shield's just gonna be like more defense, but lower damage, and I don't really think I need the defense against anything other than Simulacrum. Curious why this number is 158, by the way? Like, how is this possible? I threw my breach ring away again. $158 seems way higher than it should be. Oh, I think it's that. Yeah, it was because of the controlled destruction, that's why. But actually, I'm about to do a boss anyways, so I'll just leave it in. Alright, come on, Arbiter. Let's go. Yeah, the prices are so inflated. Like, I genuinely, like, don't even really know what's going on at this point. Like, it's every single day you go to sleep, you wake up, and the prices have gone up by, like, a shit ton, pretty much. Oh shit, I was muted. My cat's messing up the green screen.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Insignificance. This is the legacy of humanity. The mother soul must.
There we go. Yeah. Pretty sure the Grand Visage is not what we are looking for. I think that is definitely not it. What's this? Just lore? Whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening here? guess that's lore. Or something. That was kind of cool. I don't really know what that was, but we'll take it. Yeah, this thing doesn't seem too great. Alrighty. Let's do max difficulty now. Or wait, no, there's still gonna be one more actually. What points should I put in? Valuable gem? Oh my goodness, this cat's going crazy. I'll do gem, I guess. Oh wait, no. Wait, gem. Oh wait, yeah, this is probably like level 20 skill gems, I guess. Additional corrupted rare precursor tablet. I'll do that next, I guess. Can we build a decent spark sork without megalomaniac diamond? Yeah, for sure. I was pretty deep in, was able to do most content before I got my megalomaniac. I'm sure you don't even like need it, period, but it does, you know, help, of course. All right, let's see if we can oh wait. Oh my goodness. Wait, if I portal out, do my fragments get kaboot? I bet you they do. I'm not gonna portal out then. But I accidentally have the wrong passives. I forgot to unspec this after Simulacrum. Can you handle your dog back there? He's acting like a tweaker, man. This cat is tweaking. Absolutely tweaking back here on my green screen. I'm playing Sorceress right now, Badum or Badabum CS2. All right, I'm pretty sure I think I'll be okay, right? Even without those passive points, hopefully. We'll see.
Already burns for your world.
sacred fire of the Mother Soul, you are called upon. Your affliction upon
GG.
her will soon
GG. I finally got a mechanic, bro. That's the first mechanic I've seen from Arbiter of Ash. What even was it? I bet you if I had the different passive tree too, he would have died a bit quicker. So if he just starts dashing around... Oh, am I supposed to stand in this? Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, well, today we learned a mechanic. Alright, before I do it again... Oh, wait, I get another attempt. Yo, wait, okay. Before we attempt it again... Let's do a little bit of research. How about we? Is there like a Arbiter of Ash, like mechanics? Basic attack. Bullet hell. Okay, I haven't seen that mechanic. Okay, so this was the one that killed me. Okay. Use attack during both phase 1 and phase 2 to start with. First see faint purple lines indicating a safe zone. Have very little time to react. Oh. Okay, I see. Okay. Alright, well. Hello?
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Your affliction upon her will soon be erased. The Mother Soul.
Alright, I don't really. Yo! Bro, that shit scared the hell out of me, man. The fight was over, and then, like, I saw the flame on the screen. I actually had a mini heart attack. I got 2 regalias. Let's go. I have a spark level 20 gem, +1 corruption, and 5 sockets. If you want it, it's yours. Is it a 20% quality Fire Lord? I mean, I'll take it. If you want, you can just like sell it to me for, you know, like I'll buy it off you. If you wanna sell it at a discount or whatever, that's up to you. But I can still buy it. Alrighty, we did get 2. How much are these going for? Un-ID'd, I mean. Going for 5 div each, basically. So, I mean, that is just like a solid 10 div right there if I just sell them both. Maybe I'll roll one.
Yes.
I mean, that seems like that could be good. Kind of. I don't know exactly, but we'll see. Nice. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. That is definitely gonna be a little boosty. Little booster real quick. Let's see. Yeah, sheesh, all the way up to 177k. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Damn. That's a fat boost. That is not the worst. Let's see. Yikes. Oh, wait, whoops. I didn't even... 50 exalts. Oh, wait, this is for corrupted, though. Hold on. What about non-corrupted? Less than 5 div, but that means we're definitely slamming it. No. Disaster. All right, do we want to slam this one too, or... Let's use this one to fund our next Arbiter run. Yeah, take it easy, Fire Lord. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. And yeah, I need to do one more. Or there's a 10% chance to drop a valuable socket currency. Does that mean he can drop like perfect jeweler orbs? I'll just do this one. I mean, this can't be terrible, I guess. I don't know if these corrupted rare precursor tablets are good or not. Okay, let me change my passives back. We're about to go do the highest difficulty. I'll put this level 20 spark in the guild stash in case anyone wants it. And let's get some more fragments. What? Okay. My bad, chat. I'm back. Almost had an absolute emergency in the household. Whew. Alright, let's see if we can do final difficulty. I have so many tabs open on my second monitor, it's crazy. I feel like I'm playing Terraria. How many tabs I have open. Also, some of my live searches have produced some more results. I'm actually going to close my live searches for now.
Mortal hands have contaminated her virtue once more by the fourth edict of the Mother Soul.
Also, apparently someone was saying that this node actually affects Arbiter, but that seems kind of weird because it doesn't seem like it's a map, but that apparently can make him more difficult. Yeah, no problem, Mark White. Hey, I appreciate you buying all the jewels, my man.
Late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Your affliction upon her will soon be erased.
Let's go. Yo, that shit is gonna give me a heart attack. If it keeps throwing the fire at me after the boss is dead, man. Pissing me off, bro. Don't piss me off. And we got booty cheeks from that one. Absolutely booty cheeks. Armor, EV. Armor, yes. Armor, yes. Well. Let's go. One Divski or one Exalted. That seems correct. I feel like it's so weird that you can have a boss that hard, but it can give you an item that's literally worth like actually nothing. What's your rarity on the build? Currently, we sacrifice some stats for some rarity. We're up to 46%, which this wasn't really a character that was meant to have any rarity because I wasn't really going to be doing a lot of maps, but I ended up getting some in the end. Picked up a couple. To answer your question, Alex Penty, so you need 60 on your gear to get cast on shock. As you said, I was getting it on my chest piece, but after swapping to Moirer, I just started to get it on my amulet. I'm still kind of testing this out. I mean, it feels really good, obviously, as you can see. You know, we just nuked T4 Arbiters, skipped mechanics. And we could actually get a lot more damage from this amulet if we got different stats on it. That's probably, after the Ingenuity, that's probably the next upgrade is this amulet. And then we have like 2 jewels that could be upgraded somewhere over here. This one and like one other one somewhere. Maybe this one, but I mean, honestly, after we upgrade our Ingenuity and upgrade this amulet, like, we're kind of, you know, we're up there. That's for sure. We're running out of spots to actually make upgrades that are, like, reasonable. Obviously, I could upgrade everything for, like, a mirror tier item if I had mirrors, but we're not doing that. Want to upgrade the Ingenuity now? Honestly, I think I actually will. We have more than enough currency to get an upgraded one right now, so let's go ahead and do it. Just use this one. Ingenuity. Increased effect. Ring. What is the stat? Is it not rings? Oh, wait. Bro, what? Oh, increased bonuses. I should have just done this. Increased rings. There we go. What is a 75% going for? Wow, 75% is only 5 div. Okay, and 80 is 21, to be fair. Wish I knew all the corruption possibilities off the top of my head, but that's obviously probably a bit crazy. There's probably just so many, I would assume. I wouldn't hate strength. I definitely would not hate intelligence, of course. Ooh, wait, actually, I should math this out. Because I should try and hit a breakpoint with my Ingenuity, I think. Also, I bought this new ring, and I'm like, kind of regretting it. I don't even feel like I need this mana regen, actually. I'm gonna stash this for now. And I'll probably end up selling it later. Anyways, I'm gonna math this. So I'm at 7214 mana. I want to hit a 100 breakpoint. Unfortunately, my POB has permanently been 40 or 38. Yeah, 38 mana off. Don't know why. It's just like permanently been 38 mana off, so I need to keep that in mind. I need to be at a 100 multiple and then plus 38. So, ingenuity. If I do a plus 80. Oof. Let's see, what does 79% do for us? $73.35. I think I need an 80% if I want to hit another breakpoint. Or if I want to hit 2 breakpoints anyways, I think I need... it's plus 121. Oh, yeah, I would be so close to being 7,300. Shit, maybe we just get an 80%, I don't know. Actually, nah, it's probably not worth stressing over because we're probably going to get other upgrades in the future. So the numbers will get wonky again. I'll just go with like a 77 or something, or a 78. I think all Against the Darkness jewels are the same radius. Yeah. Pretty sure they're all radius large. Do 24 cold. I could get 1 extra fire. Plus 1 maximum fire doesn't sound bad. What does the new chest piece do besides mana? More damage? Yeah, basically. I mean, it gives you a ton of mana, which results in more damage, and it also gives more resistances. Which this build does kind of struggle with resistances, honestly, so the resistances from the Warrior actually came in clutch. I mean, you're getting 50% all, which is 150 total resist. Which, compared to our previous shield that had like 70 total resist, it is a, it's like double the energy shield of what our previous one had. Or double the resist, my bad. I don't know why I said energy shield. And we also get some armor and a little bit of evasion and stuff, which doesn't actually feel terrible. Would you prioritize unique jewels before chest? I would probably prioritize the Against the Darkness before the chest, but probably not the Controlled Metamorphosis. I think this would be after the chest. Yeah, honestly, the chest piece is just like an all-around improvement from the previous chest piece, except for the fact that it doesn't have 60 spirit, obviously, which is why we had to swap out the amulet. we be doing an updated version of this, which you're currently running now, I will, yeah. Or, I mean, if I make a couple of upgrades before then those will be included, of course. But yeah, I'm gonna be making. Loki, calm it down. I will be making at least one more build guide for the sorceress. Can you just text my dad, ask him if he put White Sox up? My poor green screen is getting abused by this cat. Okay, new ingenuity purchase. Let's sell this one now. What's Lightning Rod do? Lightning Rod makes your non-critical hits of lightning damage lucky, which means that the damage is rolled twice, and then the better of the two rolls is the one that actually goes through. And since lightning damage has a really big variance, like all the way from 3,000 up to 80k, that lucky stat is actually very, very helpful. Okay, well, we got our new ingenuity. I think, yeah, next up would probably be to upgrade the amulet, but I don't actually think we have enough currency to do that yet. Maybe we do. I'll just check. This will be a little learning experience for anybody that's still curious. Oh wait, I can't actually do it. I don't have a link for amulet, damn. I was gonna literally just use my trade links again, but I forgot I don't have a link for an amulet because I was still using the Everlasting Gaze, so we'll have to do it from scratch. Okay, so we want count, spell, skill. On mana. Actually, we're going to do a weighted sum for this. Max mana. Increased maximum mana. This would be 1. This would be like 13-ish, something like that. Spell damage. This can be 2. Maybe 3. This can be 2. This can be 4. Should 3, 5. And make this like 36. Do what other stats would be good? Oh, we need spirit, obviously. So we need another. We need a weighted sum V2 for this. Spirit. Spirit. We need a minimum of 60. Let's just look with this for a second. Let's make this some 64. Oh, there we go. Let's do 450. So we've got 3 results at 450. Let's do 350. 8 results. So we got mana, level of spell skills, spirit, rarity. Oh yeah, also anybody that's interested, I found out how to copy paste stuff from the trade site to POB. So I can copy this, go to POB, control V, and here it is. The way you do that is there's this Reddit thread right here. If you want to know how to do it, I'd recommend coming to this Reddit thread, and it lines it out pretty simply. You literally just install this program, click on the link, install it for whatever web browser you're using. Then you come here, click on raw, it'll ask you to like install it. You install it, just refresh the trade website, and you're good to go. You can copy paste stuff directly into your POB, which makes it so much easier to calculate stuff and try and compare them. Wow, that's crazy. This +2 all spell skills actually results in a lower average hit, but a lot more DPS. I lose 350 mana. So yeah, we gain DPS. We gain a lot of full DPS as well. I guess that's because of the lightning conduit going up in levels as well, but thinking that that's probably not worth 25 div for something that's not actually that much of an upgrade. So probably not. Oh, the Reddit link. Yeah, I'll throw it in chat. There's the Reddit link. And yeah, it depends on what item, like what would be cheap to you, Infinity Gamer. Another cheap upgrade would be the unique flask. This is like a pretty massive upgrade to the build, doesn't cost too much. Alright, honestly, I'm just gonna slam this. This freaking chest piece has been staring at me in the face. It's time to slam it. Yo, wait, this has gotta be good, right? This has to be good. Surely, right? What? Wait. No way. How is it? Oh, wait. Corrupted, no. No, wait, it's actually not that much. Wait, how is this not like a super good roll? I guess I just don't know what the best rolls are for Moira, or Morior, I suppose. Seems like these would be good, but... So I'm assuming I got like a conflicting piece. Like one half of this would be really good for like an aura bot, and the other half is good for gemling, but it's not like a fleet of either or. Well, either way, we're gonna slam it with the Vol Orb. Hope we hit 5 sockets. Man. Disaster. I'm unlucky. Yeah, I guess it should have just been all res. Or yeah, I just needed one of those to be all res. It's like 2 really good stats that are if they're paired with all res, which I guess that makes sense. But that is unfortunate. Alrighty though. So at this point though, we are going to start our Sekheamas testing. This is going to be the next currency farm strategy that we're going to be testing out. I've done 2 runs so far with the relics that I have. And we're going to be doing a lot more to figure out how good this really is. How much mana regen do you have? While moving, I have 1525. If I put on my other ring that I recently bought, which I feel like, I don't know, I'm just not sure how I feel about this ring, but with this ring I have way more. I'm at 2000. But I do lose cast speed, so I lose DPS. But keep in mind that I also have like 6% mana recovered on kill, I think. 2% recovered on kill. I take that back. I have 4%. Yeah, I recover 4% mana on kill, which is like 400 mana per kill. So yeah. Alright, we already have a Jinbaria in there. Let me actually set all these up really quick. I think my plan is to do 20 Sekhemas for the test for a 12. That's 15. All of these are level 80. Yeah, I feel like Trial of Sekhemas is a super good strategy for making currency, even though I haven't really gotten to do it yet. I've done research, and just logically it makes sense because you're going to be making a lot of consistent currency from the Desperate Alliance of vases that you get. That's like 2 divine, or it's 2 plus divine per unique relic. If you're getting 2 relics per run to drop from the boss, unique ones, he has a 15% drop chance on the Desperate Alliance, so you have kind of like a 30% drop chance on that unique relic. Kind of. It's not exactly 30%, obviously. It's 2 15% rolls, but so you should be getting 1 in like every 3 runs, give or take. Might get more than that, you might get less. And then on top of that, you're going to be making money from time lost to jewels, regular relics, which actually, let's get rid of these. Time lost jewels, regular relics, regular jewels, and the spectrum jewels as well. So it's kind of like, and then you have the big chase item of the last flame, obviously. And so it's like comparing it to the Trial Master. The Trial Master has a big chase item, the Adorn Jewel, but even when that drops, you'd have to sell it un-ID'd if you want to get like guaranteed currency. And then you're not really making a lot of consistent currency from the Trial Master himself, so you're investing a lot to be able to do it, like 1+ divs per attempt, and on most of those attempts, you're going to just lose. Like, you're not gonna, you're gonna walk away with a net loss. And where on this one, you have the option for the big chase item, the last flame, but you're like never really losing currency because there's no investment needed really. Like, there's the initial investment of getting the relics, which I'll talk about in a second, but other than that, you're not really losing any currency. I mean, you can. I don't think you need 160% personally. I mean, I feel like you can go the more budget option and do 77%. Let me see. Oops, I did not mean to control D. Basically, I'd say you have two options. One, you can go for 160% increased quantity of relics dropped by monsters, or you can go for 77% or more. And then as long as you get the 30% boon from the merchant, which on the 2 runs I did, I got it both times. Seems pretty easy to get that boon as long as you have some extra additional choices on the merchant, and I have 5 additional choices. If you get that boon, then since that is a 30% increase, if you have 77% quantity of relics or increased quantity of relics dropped, multiply that by 1.3. Whoops, 77 times 1.3. That puts you up to over 100. Since you're over 100, you will get guaranteed 2 unique relic drops from the last boss. Of course, if you want to get 3 unique relic drops, you need 160% quantity. I think it's actually 154 to be exact, but I think you need 154. Yeah, 154, and then you need the boon. If you get the boon under that circumstance, you'll get 3 unique relic drops, but that route is going to be more expensive, or a more expensive initial investment, because you're going to need a lot more really high quality relics that are very expensive. And it's also going to be harder because you have less relic slots for like auto resist and stuff like that. You're going to be getting less merchant choices as well, so it's a bit more difficult, but potentially more profitable, of course. But I'm not going to be going that route. I did not invest that much currency into my relics. I went the cheaper version. Okay, though. What stats for the chest piece? You want increased mana and all elemental resistance. Yeah, exactly, Abasan. I think I've got, well, I'm gonna go over the relics in a second. I'm gonna like do it in a way where it's, good footage for a YouTube video, hopefully, so I don't have to re-record this off stream. I can just use the footage from stream. So this is gonna be a little bit YouTubeified. My voice is unfortunately kind of messed up. I'm like losing my voice. And yeah, that's another good option too. Sky. Damn. I got Wawa stuck in my throat, man. But yeah, it's another good option too. Sky or Herald. You can do Desperate Alliance runs, but that's not what we're gonna do today. Maybe I'll test that in a separate video. Not 100% positive on that though. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and clear my throat before I do this recording. Okay, we're back. Was able to clear my throat a little bit. Drank some more Wawa as well. Alrighty, so let me give this half a second. Alrighty, so for those of you in the stream or those of you watching on YouTube, today we're going to be testing the Trial of Sekhemas. We're going to be doing 20 individual runs. As you can see, we've separated them all right here. They're going to be item level 80, so we have a chance at getting the last flame. But to be clear, if we do get the last flame, when we calculate all the profit, we're going to calculate it with the last flame and also without it, just so you can have a more realistic expectation of what you should make in 20 runs, regardless of whether or not you get the big chase item, which would obviously put us deep into profit, of course. With that being said, prior to doing the test, I'm just going to go over a couple of the fundamentals of what we're actually doing here. I would say there's about 4 different ways you can farm Trial of Sekhemas. 2 of them are very similar to each other. The other 2 are a bit different. The first of which I'll cover, which is the one we're going to be doing. You need to get 77% increased quantity of relics dropped by monsters. You need 77% or more exactly. And the reason for that is because there is a particular boon that can drop or that can be sold by the merchant that gives you 30% increased effect of your non-unique relics. So if you have 77% increased quantity of relics dropped, you multiply that by 1.3 for the 30% increase. That brings you up to 100%, and you will then get 2 guaranteed unique relics from the final boss, Zarok. And of course, one of the items we are looking to get from Zarok outside of the last flame, which is the huge chase item going for hundreds of div, is the Desperate Alliance. This is going to be a more consistent drop. It's got a 15% drop rate, and these are selling for about 2+ div. Not 3 div, but a little bit more than that. They're selling for like 110, 120 chaos currently, which is pretty solid. In addition to that, you'll also be getting a bunch of jewels from the royal caches. You'll be getting time lost jewels from the time lost caches. Finally, you have the opportunity of getting Spectrum jewels from the Spectrum caches. So I would say the chest order of priority at the end of the run is going to be Spectrum is top priority, then Time Lost, and then regular royal caches for regular jewels. Just to briefly go over all of the relics we have, of course, we have 4 with increased quantity. 3 of them have 19% to save a little bit of money. The other one has 20%. We have 1 with increased defenses. We have 5% movement speed, 8% movement speed, another 5%, another 9% here with 18% honor resist, another 10% here movement speed with honor resist. Then we have 3 additional merchant choices and 9% reduced merchant prices, and then 2 more additional choices and 40% resistance. So we have 36 resistance from these 2 plus 40. So we're at 76% resistance. We're capped. And we also have 5 additional choices with some reduced merchant prices. Goes without saying, if you know, you know, this is a budget setup. of the 4 methods I mentioned earlier, this is one of them. I would say this is the lowest investment that you can expect to get good profit back from. If you want to do higher investment options, you can maybe expect more profit. But for the average player, I think this is going to be a good way to get you into the trial of Sekheamas and actually making some solid currency. The other 3 methods, which I'll just briefly touch on, but that's not really here nor there. I'm not going to go into detail on them. One thing you could also do is you could get a lot more increased quantity if you get 154%, which means you're going to need 8 of these 2x1 relics. You need 154% total. And with that, you can actually get 3 guaranteed unique drops if you get the 30% boon, of course. And an additional way that you can farm Trial of Sekheamas is you can use the Desperate Alliance relics yourself. Those are the ones that are going to be selling consistently for about 2+ div. But if you socket them into your own relic altar, when you kill Zarok the next time, you will get a guaranteed Against the Darkness jewel, which is going for about 4 to 5 div right now. UnID'd and uncorrupted, of course. If you ID it and corrupt it, opens, Pandora's box. There's 100 different options, basically, on what you could get, ranging from worthless up to hundreds of divine. And that's if you want to gamble. And then the final method, which is super irrelevant because most people are not ever going to be able to do this. If you get a Last Flame, you could put the Last Flame in your relic altar, and you could try to run that for Temporalis. But that is going to be unbelievably difficult and unrealistic for any average player whatsoever. So, like I said, this is a very good entry-level way to get into Trial of Sekheamas, start figuring it out, make some really good consistent profit, and we're going to test exactly how much we get from 20 runs today.
Once more. Bye-bye. We can both be redeemed. Bye, Garukan! Stand tall.
Wait, why don't I put my
Give anything for
mana regen ring back in? That was not a good idea. No, running a Last Flame, I mean, I haven't tried it, obviously, but from my understanding, it's probably the most difficult thing in the game currently. Because if you get hit once, then you fail. You lose hundreds of divine. And not ever getting hit once is obviously going to be pretty difficult. Where is this rare?
I need more time.
Yo, what is it? What is happening? Like, what is going on with my damage? Did I like goof something up? I literally did this earlier and was one-shotting everything. All of a sudden, some of these mobs are actually like living. I'm actually not paying attention to the rooms right now all that much, which is not a great thing. Wait. What the heck? I was using Spark with my staff, my weapon swap. How did that happen?
That was close.
Oh, yeah, wait, it's because I got the new spark gem, the level 20 plus, or the level 21 of 20 spark gem. I never reset the whatchamacallit, the weapon swap parameters after I got that new gem. That would be why. Nice little gold key.
A great challenge overcome.
I think according to the wiki, which the wiki obviously could be wrong, the last flame has like a 0.5% drop chance. Like I said, obviously that could be wrong. But yeah, long story short, it's gonna be a while until you get a last flame, unless you're really lucky. But the nice thing about it is there's no gambling, like there's no selling it un-ID'd or ID'd. It's just, if you get the last flame, it's hundreds of divine. Actually, does anybody have the current price on the last flame, what it's going for?
Swift magnificence.
And also, not to mention, you're getting all of these relics along the way because you have so much increased quantity of relics dropped that you'll be getting a lot of regular relics throughout the run as well. And I would not really recommend picking up like the big relics, or at least if you pick them up, I'd recommend just dropping them. There's a little bit of a cheese you can do with Frost Wall. Place it properly next to one of the gates, you can just blink through it. It's definitely a glitch, I assume. Can't imagine that it's intended, so it will probably go away, but for the time being, you can use it if you want. I certainly will be.
Impressive endurance.
Let me make sure this just saved a timestamp for me really quick. Yes, it did. Okay, nice.
Endurance. Rest a while.
Merchants are super duper important as well when you're doing this. You want to get as many merchants as you can. So yeah, here's the one that we need. So I'm probably going to pick that up. Also, Silver Chalice is really good.
Always
Flooding Waters is good. I'm unfortunately not going to have enough for all of these.
You will succeed. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself. Succeed. A rare treasure. Rest a while. You will may that serve you.
It's usually also good to just check like the gold and silver caches in between the floors. Just make sure there's no like royal or good chests or whatever.
Perhaps here, Balbala, we can both be read.
Literally, I can't see my sacred water, unfortunately, but I don't think I'm actually gonna have enough for anything from the merchant. No. There we go. Oh, shit. Oops.
Good riddance. A moment of respite. Didn't break a sweat. A rare treasure. A great challenge overcome. Not yet. That was close. A moment of respite. Stand tall.
These are super nice. Gain 3 random minor boons for that one that makes you take damage after 8 rooms or whatever. That shit is very, very good. I got scrying crystal from that. Don't know what else I got, but
2 ancient guardians await you ahead.
yo, what's up, Chad? I have no unique gems in passive tree. Yeah, Against the Darkness would be your first one for... Assuming you're talking about the Sorceress, I would do Against the Darkness first, and the only thing you really care about is the increased maximum mana. If you want to get a good second stat, it's going to cost you a lot of Divine, so I'd recommend looking for like a cheaper second stat like Fire Res or Cold or Lightning, or Maximum Resistance, stuff like that. If you have a lot of currency to spend and you want to get a second good stat, I would recommend Intelligence, probably. It'd be like increased maximum mana and percent increased intelligence.
Rest a while.
Ooh, fat.
Fight with intent.
It's the 50% reduced merchant prices one. That's like always bis. Okay, there's a ton of good ones here. So, Hairfoot, more movement speed is super good. More Sacred Water is very good. We get the 50% more damage, never hurts. I'm gonna grab this, so my next boon is converted. I'll grab this minor boon because it sucks, so it's converted to a major. We got a terrible major boon, but that's okay. And then I'll grab this, and then I'll just end with Babala's gift, so my next purchase will be free. Yeah, technically the increased lightning damage, Chad, is not terrible too, but it's just not as good as mana, so if you wanted, you could get that as a second stat, but that's also going to be about 30, I think 30-ish div, to get the lightning damage as an added stat to the mana, or as a secondary. And now, because we have Hairfoot, we are zooming.
Impressive endurance. I shall aid you. with strength. The choice is made.
Hmm.
Die forgotten. A great challenge overcome. Human beast. The ritual has been disrupted. Garukan favors me.
Definitely don't want to do that actually, because we don't want the minor affliction. We'll go merchant.
The ritual has been disrupted. Greetings.
I'll let you know, Sky, aka Harold. I'll probably, I mean, yeah, I don't know, because I mean, this strategy won't really include any against the darkness drops realistically. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll even need it.
Onwards, always. Fight with the choice is made.
The quickest gauntlet trial ever. You want to know why Blink want to swap or want to assign to weapon 2 and keeps reverting to both weapon slots? Sounds weird. I don't actually know. I mean, I will say if you like take the blink out and put it back in, I think it'll reset maybe.
I have no space for that. Swift magnificence. Relish your mortality. Beware the scarab. This was the end of the tide in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps let's plan.
And it never hurts. You know, you can always look at the relics that the merchant is selling to. Like, once you get through about floor 3, you'll start running out of boons to get. So you can start looking at, you know, different relic options. You might always, or you never know what you'll find. You might get something that's worth multiple div. Like here, we literally only have one boon option, so we'll just restore our honor, get that boon, and then none of those relics are good though. And then for this test, I'm just going to drop all the relics, like all of the magic relics we get, into this quad tab, and I'll sort through them whenever necessary, and then just separate the useful ones into the small and large relic tabs. And then for any currency I get, I will drop it in here. Any currency that's worth anything, I guess. And then for rare items, they will go over here. Or just like regular crafting items, they'll go over there. What's your base spark DPS at with this setup? Just curious. Currently, I mean, yeah, I'll have to show you once we get out of here, but like sitting in hideout, it's like 155k with my DPS ring on. Right now I have my mana regen ring on. It's like 155k with the DPS ring. It's like 135k with the mana regen ring. The mana regen ring is just kind of like more quality of life. I don't really need that much DPS for most content, and holy shit, I've never had this boon where I can just see everything. But yeah, the mana regen is just really good quality of life. I can just completely turn my brain off and everything still pretty much gets one shot anyways. I'll put the like DPS ring on whenever I'm doing like you know, max level pinnacles or whatever, just trying to test my max DPS and stuff.
I need more time.
I shall aid you. Go with strength. Fight with intent. Always onwards. Fight with intent. Onwards. Always. Always, always onwards. The choice is made.
When are you gonna put the new build? I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking like the build update's gonna come in the next 3 to 5 days, give or take though. It's definitely not the next video I'm putting out, but it'll be the one after that, so hopefully within the next like 5 or so days.
Garukan favors him.
That was close.
Man, I'm messing up the blink. Or am I messing up the wall? Hello? Not this shit. Ah, bro, I hate the gauntlets so much. I'm just ice walling and I'm figuring it out. Let me through, man. Let me through, man. Come on, stop playing with me. Oh, my goodness. Are you running Desperate Alliance? I'm not. I'm running just high or somewhat high relic quantity.
Not yet.
Let's plan. Greetings. Fight within a wise choice. Fight with intent. You will succeed. You will succeed. We will succeed.
I need more time.
Name of your chest. It is the Morior Invictus. Yo, what's up, D-Ratbone? Gauntlets indeed are such a pain.
Die forgotten.
Yo, what's up, Pick? How you doing, friend?
A great challenge overcome.
At a tiered relic. Sheesh.
Good riddance. Relish your mortality.
I can't do that yet.
Holy loot, man.
Impressive endurance. This battle is our sacred duty.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta.
This gene.
My son runs out.
A rare treasure.
Poop. Neither of those are worth anything. That's probably not going to be worth anything either. Okay. Alrighty, Ranger. So we're looking for Spectrum, Royal, and Time Lost. There are no good ones, unfortunately. So I think we're just gonna do Mysterious. This actually sucks because I have so many golden keys this run. There's like no bussin' ones. Okay, and I will not be doing the bronze keys. I think that's just like a waste of time, legit. No, Gordon Hayward has not been back in the stream recently, but he has been chilling in the Discord. I don't know if I said that a second ago or not. I kind of blanked out.
Perhaps here, Balbala, we can both be redeemed.
Yeah, if you have like 20 gold keys, you know there's not gonna be jack shit at the end of the run. Big facts.
Impressive endurance.
How many divines per hour do you make doing this? I don't know for sure yet. That's kind of... I mean, there's other people out there that probably have estimates on it, but I'm currently testing it myself to get a feel for that. I would assume it's going to be somewhere around 3 to 5 divines per hour if you don't skew it with like a last flame drop. Or maybe it'll be a little bit more than that. Maybe it'll be like 5-ish divines per hour or something. But it's gonna be like probably pretty hard to tell because like Trials of Chaos is super consistent. You're always getting soul cores and fragments. And occasionally you'll get like a Soul of Azkapa or whatever. But in this, so much of your currency gained is going to be from jewels and relics, that it'll probably be pretty volatile. Like, some hours you might make like 20 div just off a couple of really good jewels, or a couple of like really good magic relics, and other hours you might literally just make nothing. You might get no desperate alliances, you might get no good jewels, no relics. And then 1 hour you'll get a last flame and make hundreds of divine. So it's going to be pretty volatile, I think. But that is why we're going to do 20 runs back to back. So that way we can at least get an idea of, you know, what you should expect, kind of, if you were to just do like a reasonable amount of runs. And obviously, hopefully we get the big chase item. It'd be sick if we got the last flame, but if we do, we won't really be including that in the profit so much, because that will obviously skew the shit out of the results. I've also actually gotten a fair bit of raw divine from Trial of Sekheamas too. Like, it doesn't actually feel like the currency you get in here is too terrible. Oh, I just picked the wrong map. The wrong room. Ah, damn. This is going to be awkward. I might have bricked my run. Hopefully not. I definitely picked the wrong room, though.
Good riddance.
Is Sekhemas more worth doing than Ultimatum? From what I've heard, Sekhemas seems to provide a better return. I think like the benefit of Sekhemas is that you make pretty good consistent currency, but you also have the option of getting like a really, you know, big chase item, the last flame. And obviously if you get that, that's hundreds of divine, but you don't have to pay anything for that chance. Whereas the Trial of Chaos, you can either do the consistent method without the Trial Master, just make consistently, you know, 2 to 5 divine an hour or whatever. But if you want like a chance at a big chase item that's gonna, you know, give you a league-changing amount of currency, then you have to invest for the fragments to actually be able to do the Trial Master, and then usually you're just going to be going negative.
Onwards. Always. Onwards. Always.
Yeah, that is true, Harold. If you just do Desperate Alliance runs. Thing I'd be curious about, though, I guess, is like, do you make enough, or like, do you make yeah, how do I phrase this? You make so much more profit doing Desperate Alliance runs than just regular, like, relic quantity runs, that it's worth the increase in difficulty or not.
I need more time.
I would give anything for a sip.
Yeah, take it easy, Thorpe. Good luck in the meeting, brother. Or hopefully the meeting isn't too ass.
Greetings. The choice is made.
Silver tongue, so now everything's half price, and now we can just get an infinite amount of boons every time we get a merchant, basically.
Go with strength. Onwards. Always. Always onwards. that well.
Getting an unknown affliction here is kind of rough. We got 25% less maximum honor. Not absolutely terrible. No, man, come on. There it is. How much are the un-ID'd against the darkness jewels going for right now, Sky? Are they still like 4 div, or are they a little bit more than that now?
I can't do that yet.
An oasis in the desert.
Away with you! I need more time.
Hopefully it's not a poopy one. Okay, traps are faster, nice, that's easy.
I can't do that yet.
I would give anything for a sip. 2 ancient guardians await you
I
ahead.
can't do that yet.
Move quickly. That was an impressive display.
Nice, some jewels, let's go.
Let's plan. Always.
Hairfoot, 30% less max life.
You will. I will do my duty. You will fight with intent. Onwards. Always. I shall aid you. Always onwards. You will succeed. The choice is made. Fight with intent. Onwards. Always. Always onwards.
Did you change anything in the build? Depends on from like since when, I guess. Because I mean, yeah, I've changed. Like if you're talking about since the most recent video, then yeah, I've changed a lot of things. I wouldn't say like change. I've just upgraded. I mean, I'm trying like a slightly different variation of the build right now, but like the passive tree is still similar and stuff. Like there was nothing that I went back on and was like, oh yeah, that needs to be changed. I've just been continuously upgrading and progressing. Are you just blinking past the doors? Currently there's a little cheese you can do where if you like line up a frost wall with the door, you can then like blink through the door, but you have to like line up the frost wall with the door in a weird way. I'll show it a little bit in the next one. But yeah, I don't usually use frost wall, but just for Sekheamas, I will do it. Oh my goodness, the merchant only offers one choice. That's like one of the worst afflictions I could get. Okay, I've already got all the boons I need though, pretty much, so it's not that big a deal. But is this build not too easy? I mean, that's like every build in the game at this point. Like once you, like, if you've invested close to 100 divine into any build and you're not able to just like breeze through Trial of Sekheamas, especially with good relics, then either your build sucks or you just don't know how to buy items properly or whatever. So I mean, I wouldn't actually say the build is too easy because getting to this point is the difficult part, but like once you're here, it's time to just like kick back, relax, get your free goodies, because you've like already gone through the hard part of getting the first 100 divine or whatever.
I would give anything for a sip.
Honestly, this build was actually much harder to like get going than my other builds.
A great challenge overcome.
But now it's just insanely strong. No, I didn't actually get it.
The ritual has been disrupted. Bear the scorpion's sting. This was the end of the trial in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them.
I forgot to just look at the merchant. Whoops. You sound gay, says we don't stop. I bet. How will my ego ever recover? These unknown afflictions are about to get really rough, actually.
Good riddance. Let's plan. Rest a while. I will do my duty.
Give me that honor. Boon. Zero to hero idea, you're limited to 100 exalted. And you lose 10 if you die to a boss and 15 if you die to a mob. I think it could be interesting. Are you saying like I start with 100 exalted or I start with 0, but like the max I can ever get is 100 if I never die? True. 50% fewer choices of one choice feels good, man. That's a freebie affliction right there.
Swift magnificence. A moment of respite.
Yo, what's up, the Beat Forge? Glad to hear the build's working out for you, brother. Appreciate you stopping by to tune into the stream. And yeah, I mean, at this point, the shit's crazy. I can literally just run through Trial of Sekheamas and like not even look at my main monitor. Like, Trial of Sekheamas reminds me of... I don't know, what does it remind me of? I was about to say, like, zombies, like COD zombies, almost. Like, once you have good relics and good gear and stuff, you legit just fly through it.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Not yet.
And it's especially nice with Spark because you don't even have to aim. You can literally just literally mouse or whatever keybind you're using just over and over as you run around. Just tap it. Just freelo.
A great challenge.
No, you still lose honor even if it's like going to your mana first. But because I have 75% honor resistance, and I've got so many boons and not a ton of bad afflictions, you basically lose like no honor when you get hit. As long as you have honor resistance, it becomes so much easier. And yeah, that's 100% correct, Ebason. Like once you have a couple extra merchant choices, which is honestly part of the reason why doing the higher quantity of relics farm to me, I feel like is... I mean, I definitely will do it at some point because I just want to see how it feels, but I feel like for getting people into Trial of Sekheamas, if they go in with a couple extra merchant choices, like 5+, and just see how easy it is, and you just can like glide through, get your boons, everything is super chill. I feel like it'll actually give people a good entryway. But I'm pretty sure once you go for the higher quantity of relics, it becomes harder to get merchant choices. Like at most you could get one set of 3, so you could get 3 additional, but then I think you're losing out on honor resist if you do that, so I don't even know.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta.
Wall of flame!
This is not the future I had foreseen.
And technically, I'm pretty sure I could be carrying people for their ascendancies and making a little bit of extra currency, but I don't feel like setting all that stuff up in the Forbidden Trove or anything right now. I could be offering it to people in trade chat, but I feel like that's literally just scamming people because the prices that people put is crazy. Spectrum cash, we got a ruby. I think the ruby's worthless. Right? Let me double check. Grand Spectrum Ruby. Yeah, the Grand Spectrum Ruby is pretty worthless, it looks like. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Royal Cash, we'll take that. Time lost, super nice. Ooh, wait, that was 2 rares, actually, that's pretty good. Another royal, let's go. Another royal, nice.
I'm carrying enough already.
Yeah, that was so many relics right there. Like we have surely we've made a little bit of something even from just the relics probably. Or not relics, the jewels, I mean. That was another silver royal. Holy shit. My goodness. Can there be bronze royal caches? Does anyone know? I feel like there... I don't think there is, but... maybe someone knows. Yeah, we've already gotten so many jewels from just 2 runs of trials. That's kind of crazy. And I think these time lost jewels unID'd are going for a fair bit, actually. Yeah, I don't know what the actual price of these is. Looks like there's like a bunch going for 100 plus, but maybe like 80x each. I don't actually know what they're selling at. I actually have a bunch from earlier set at 100, but these are not selling. Maybe I can try and figure out the price with this. Let's drop them to 60 and see if they start to sell. Yeah, not exactly Lewis win. If you get carried through the trials, basically they get all the way up to the final boss. Then they'll advertise it. You'll whisper them saying you want to carry. They'll invite you. You'll come here to this section with them. You'll go through the doorway right here to get into the trial of Sekheamas. And then you just wait outside the boss room. Let them kill the boss. They kill it. They tell you, okay, you can come in. Walk into the boss room. Walk through the boss room into the next room. And then you get your ascendancy points and pay them. Oh yeah, and Penguin, you asked what my Spark DPS is at. It is currently sitting at 184k. Which is with my DPS ring. My mana regen ring, it's 152. Or no. That's a little bit skewed actually. That's with the controlled destruction jewel. So for bosses, that's what it is. It's 184. For just like regular clearing with acceleration, it's 155. 155.
Perhaps here, Balbala, we can both be.
Trade website, how do I know what rune stone is in the whatever I'm looking for? What do you mean, Alpha? Like, what runes? Like these? Because if there are any like in the item on the site, it should show them. Or I think it should show them. If it doesn't show them, that means there's probably isn't any, I guess, but
That was close.
what omen is that in your inventory? It's the one that prevents experience loss when you die.
Good riddance.
The exclamation point build is the right command Mikek. That's going to be the most recent build for the sorceress, or the most recent like video and planners that I've published for the sorceress build. And also, I wouldn't be demoralized, Beatforge, about the DPS. I don't know if you are, but if you are, I wouldn't be, just because it wasn't long ago that I was only sitting at like 20, 30k spark DPS on the tooltip, but I was still doing a lot of damage. And I was blasting through everything pretty much. And honestly, this number, like the tooltip right here, is like completely pointless. Maybe not completely pointless, but it's like it's kind of completely pointless. Like, I could 100%, I could make this number go to like 500k, but I would actually lose DPS.
A great challenge.
So if your build's set up properly, that's really all that matters. I mean, you can like determine that in Path of Building, but
Oasis in the desert.
or in the Path of Building program, I should say. Do you use cast on shock when farming? It's active. Like it's active in maps and stuff like that. It only really comes into play though against like rares and above. Like technically against trash monsters it is charging, but it charges super slow against like regular
An oasis
trash
in the
monsters.
desert.
But it'll proc on like rares and like mini bosses and stuff like that pretty often. But it's like it's not really needed for that though, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It helps, but the main point of it is just for bossing, like pinnacle bosses. And I will say for Simulacrum, it actually helps a lot for Simulacrum. It'll just one-shot the mini bosses that spawn during Simulacrum. Good call, Domhnall. I saw that and I forgot about it immediately. Yeah, I saw it and then instantly forgot. I'm too tired. Just go into the next room before I teleport out. I've sold so many of these jewels today, it's actually crazy. I think I've made like 30 plus div from like just random sales. Or maybe not 30, maybe like 20 plus, probably. Why switch to full mana instead of mana plus ES? I mean, my original reason for doing it was just to try it. Although, since having done it, it does feel better to me. Mainly because, like, for Simulacrum, thing that was holding me back from doing T4 Simulacrum, in my eyes, was not a lack of survivability. It was actually a lack of damage, so I knew that going full mana would basically be trading off some defense for more damage, so it just kind of like seemed like it would be a good idea. But then ultimately I just wanted to test it out. Tested it out, feels good. So it's kind of just like what I'm playing at the moment. The only thing I'll say to kind of like elaborate on it a little bit is that I'm pretty sure full mana would feel like ass if I hadn't already invested like 30 to 40 divine. So I would not recommend switching to full mana that quickly. I would wait until you're pretty damn strong. Bro, I don't have a freaking... No. I don't have silver key for the royal cache. That sucks.
Let's plan. The choice is made. Onwards. Fight with intent.
No, this is so sad. Oh wait, I can just go here. Just kidding. Yeah, I might try and do some more challenges like that in the future, Johnny Riga. I feel like that would be a cool way to spice up the 0 to hero format.
Impressive endurance.
How much div should I invest for the shield? When you say shield, do you mean focus or do you mean the Mahu Axolotl? Like the shield? No, I've played other characters besides this Domnul. I've gotten a ranger to level 90 plus. I've gotten a monk to level 90 plus. I've gotten like both of them pretty deep into endgame. And then I played a witch at like the very, very beginning of early access coming out for a little bit. Oh, those kind of suck. Well, I mean, actually, there are good ones, but I don't have enough sacred water for them. I would invest 12 div for that shield alpha. Sheesh. Little raw divine. Love that. Love that. Will your full guide on the build include a way to transition from going ES plus mana to full mana? It would be really nice. Yeah, I'll definitely talk about that. Because actually, I think in the next like guide I make for the sorceress, I'm gonna try and talk about a lot of like the intricacies of the build, because there are a lot of things I've learned while playing this character. Like how you actually scale your damage, like what is making up the increases to your damage. How you actually scale your defense, although I'm still I guess learning about the defense part for sure, but got a pretty good grasp on it. For the for the damage part though, I think I've got that down pretty well. I also found out like some breakpoints for important things that are worth keeping in mind, all that good stuff. And I think for the part about switching from ES mana to just mana, I think a lot of it's going to come with this chess piece. Like, I would say you could swap, because I mean, when you swap to this chess piece, you're going to be losing the spirit on your other, like, assuming you already have a plus 60 spirit chess piece. If you swap to this one, you're going to lose the spirit, so you'll need spirit on the necklace. Alternatively, this would not probably be my recommendation, because I think you'd be like skipping too many steps, and it'd probably be kind of hard unless you had a lot of currency laying around. You could skip ever getting 60 spirit on your chest piece and just go like straight for this, the Moirer, and then, you know, very quickly get out of Everlasting Gaze and go to a rare amulet. But I don't think that that would be like my actual recommendation unless you just have a shit ton of currency laying around. If you're actually progressing the character without just twinking it out, then I would say going for a spirit chest piece first would actually be better.
Rest a while.
Oof, there's so many good options here actually. Hairfoot, Enchanted Urn. I mean, I need Enchanted Urn. So I think I've got to go with that one.
Fight within you with me that serve you.
I don't technically need a Hairfoot. It just makes my life better or easier.
Move quickly. Press the assault. That was an impressive display. Let's plan.
The All-Seeing Eye. Ooh, I could actually get that.
The choice is
Guess I
right.
will.
Like we will
Seems pretty
succeed.
good. If you have a bunch of currency laying around alpha, like if you have a ton, then I would either just skip to what I'm using now or skip to even beyond what I'm using now. Although I couldn't give you much insight on what's beyond what I'm using right now at this exact moment. Other than like I do know a couple of things, but they're all extremely expensive, so
I'd give anything for a sip.
but if you don't have like infinite currency laying around, I would say like I guess basically maybe this would be a better way to answer your question. The build from the video is basically the same build, but it's just a lower investment, so it's cheaper. Because I didn't have as much currency at that time. I was still, you know, 0 to hero. And now it's still basically the same build, Spark Sorceress. Although I'm going non-crit currently instead of crit. But it's still very similar. It's just there's no crit modifiers in my build now when there were before. And I've spent a lot more currency, so it's a lot better.
The choice is made.
How do I put lightning conduit into cast on shock? You just slide it in there. You put it in like one of the support gem sockets.
Stand tall.
Yo, what's up, Sorox D9? How you doing, brother? Life's going good. Grind's going good. YouTube is going good. I managed to go straight for mana, only with 50 div. That's how much I have just in raw liquidity. You could probably. Yeah, I'm sure you could. I don't know if I would though, because you're gonna be on a tight budget there if you've only got 50 to make it work, and if you like fail and kaboom it, then you're down bad. But you can guaranteed make the energy shield plus mana one work. You'll just have a little bit less DPS, but you'll be really tanky. To be clear, I'm less tanky than I was 90 divine of investment ago. Or 80 divine. When I spent less, 80 less divine on this character, I was more tanky than I am right now. I just do 3x the damage, which, to be clear, 3x the damage is taking my max difficulty Zest kill from 3 seconds to 1. So, it's not, does it really matter? Not really. It allowed me to do T4 Simulacrum, but who really cares? Because Simulacrum kind of sucks at the moment anyways, in my opinion. Maybe if Simulacrum was a better way to farm currency, it'd be cool, but I don't actually think Simulacrum's that great. So just keep all that stuff in mind. What's your skill rotation on bosses? Sigil of Power, Conductivity on the ground with Cursed Ground support, and then Flame Wall, Spam Spark. Is trial runs worth it? 100%. Especially if you don't know exactly how to juice up your maps, trial runs are OP as shit. Trial of Chaos, super beginner friendly, very good, high consistent currency. It's not the most currency in the game, but you're gonna make 2, 3, 5 divine every single hour, which that is nothing to scoff at, point blank period. You can make 20 plus divine in a day, and then make your money work for you. Once you've got 20 divine, you can use that to buy things, snipe things at a low price, sell them for high. You can improve your characters so you can increase the speed at which you do Trial of Chaos. You can buy relics to come do Trial of Sekheamas instead of Trial of Chaos, because Trial of Sekheamas is probably a little bit better, but you need relics to start off with, which are not cheap. To start off Anorax, I would do the Trial of Chaos. How much is a focus with +2 level to skills? Depends on how good the other stats are, but up to a mirror of Kalandra in value. This one I sniped the shit out of for 5 divine, but it's probably 25 divine. It's probably worth 20 to 25 divine. Currency reset is probably happening at mid to late March, Anorax. How did you fix mana issue? More mana regen. More mana regen. And recover % mana on kill. And don't use Mana Tempest as much. Basically, you changed even the jewel links, different jewel for this build. Well, yeah. I mean, I have to use different jewels because I'm not using crit. So, in the most recent video, I was going for crit. So, my jewels we're going to have crit. But now, since I'm going non-crit, I swapped out all the jewels for non-crit. Also, in the video, we still had energy shield because we were using the everlasting gaze. Once you get rid of the everlasting gaze, you no longer need any energy shield on your tree. So you don't need energy shield in your jewels. You don't need energy shield points, over here, over here. You don't need gain percent of maximum energy shield as additional stun threshold, any of that stuff. So yeah, so when you swap from ES plus mana to just mana, you're getting rid of all your energy shield stuff because it's just wasted at that point. Which is actually why I would say you should probably go the other one first, because the other one is safe, cheap, you can make a lot of currency with it, you can do pretty much everything in the game. Make a shit ton of currency, and then you can use that currency to transition to this build. Like you can stack up like 20, 30 divine, and then you can just buy a bunch of the stuff at once. So that way when you transition over to mana only, it's not like half bricked or half working. When you're getting a Temporalis, probably never, but not impossible. I've probably made about 100 divine in the last 2 days, so, and my character doesn't really need upgrades anymore, so I could probably actually get one kind of soon. Hey, I have faith in you, Sirox D9. 2026 will be your year, brother. I appreciate the kind words. What point should I get rid of my Kotoko gauntlets? I got rid of them pretty much as soon as I got to Endgame because I just don't like them. I don't like the reduced cast speed. I think it's poop. Currency reset happening mid to late March, Anorax. And I mean, is there a point to grind POE to Endgame now? Just to play the game, like have fun, play the game, enjoy yourself, and then I guess more importantly than that perhaps would be to just improve at the game, so that way when the league start does happen, you have just, you got more knowledge up top, you can make shit work. Are you doing full int stacking version? Not really full int stacking version, but I'm getting as much int as I can. I've got int on my boots. Got int on one of my rings. I got dexterity on this ring, which allowed me to put more int on my tree. I got strength on this amulet, which allowed me to put more int on my tree because I have high strength dex requirements for this chest piece. I got int on my wand and int on my focus. I have 344 intelligence currently. Mainly going for mana stacker though. Take it easy, D-Rat Bone. How much investment for the one you already did the video for? So, just to be clear, the one I did the video for is still like this build, this character. It's just like a different step in the progression, I would say. But for the video, I honestly can't remember. I think I talked about it in the most recent video, but it was probably like I can't remember. I had the shield, right? I had Mahawk Solotls. Hold on, let me just pull it up. I want to say it was probably like 50 divine. Let me just pull up the max roll planner and I'll just be able to tell at a glance. Yeah, 3, 6, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25 still, 37, 38, 45. Yeah, this was like, for the video, it was like 50-ish divine. Right around 50 divine for like the jewels and all that bullshit. There's so much mana to get on the tree, it's kind of rough. Yeah, you get most of your mana from your gear. Like, I have mana on literally every single piece I have equipped has mana. Except my belt, I guess. But you need to get mana on, like, literally every piece. You're probably going to be using a lot of these 2% increased maximum mana soul cores, as you can see. And then there are some nodes on the tree that do give you mana, like, this gives you 5%. And maybe that's about it. I thought there was more, but yeah, I mean, at least with my current setup, it's only this one. It's 5%. Oh, no. This one, too. 12% increased right here as well. Oh, yeah, true. I've also got this 3% one as well, because my controlled metamorphosis. You're right. But yeah, you're right. There's not a lot. But it starts to just, like, scale up crazy. Like, I actually had, like, 8,400 mana yesterday when I was using the shield. Because when you swap from the shield to the focus, you lose a lot of mana, which is why you actually need a really good focus, I think, for it to be worth it to swap off the shield, which thankfully we were able to get one. I think before you get a really good focus, the shield is going to carry you a long way. Like, you could be done with the build with the shield, to be honest. Like, you can do everything with the shield. But just to, like, scale the damage even further to try and get, like, you know, literally sub 1 second session kills, and you know what we did earlier, we killed max difficulty arbiter without seeing a single mechanic. Like, if you want to be able to do stuff like that, then you know you have to scale the DPS crazy. The shield was the Mahu Oxodal Machination or Machination. I talk about it in pretty good detail in my most recent video. You're all good, Alpha. I will say I don't really understand your most recent question. You said, what's the name of that build and the one you're using? And you told this is best the one you're using. Why is it so? I don't really know what you mean by that exactly. How to get time loss and jewel caches at the end? They're just random. Like, the caches you get are random, so you have to get, you know, I guess a little lucky, or however you want to phrase it. Oh, I see what you're saying, Alpha. I mean, I think they would both just have the same name, to be honest. I think both of them would just be called Spark Sorceress. Like, Spark build, or Spark build, or Spark Sorceress, or Spark Archmage build. They're basically the same thing. The reason why the one I'm using on stream right now is better is because it costs like 3 times as much. Like, or I shouldn't even say it costs 3 times as much. Like, I'm still playing the same build, like, or basically the same build. It is slightly different, but the reason it's better is because I've invested more currency.
Rest a while. Always onwards. Always onwards. The choice is made. The choice is made.
What is this wall hacking BS? Cheater, cheater.
This was the end of the
There is
but
power
I
in this
sense
object.
another being
I can feel
resides
it.
here. Perhaps you can challenge them.
Let's go. Royal Cache. Oh, another Royal Cache. It's fat. Fat, fat.
Rest a while.
Keys you pick up are duplicated.
Go
Might have to
with strength.
snag that real
May
quick.
Karukan guide you.
10% reduced merchant prices. This could be a like 15 div relic if it rolls right.
Fight within. The choice is made.
I mean, we gotta try,
But
right?
use that well.
GG. I wish I checked on the Path of Exile website for the weights of the modifiers for the relics, but unfortunately there's no info for the weights, so I don't actually know if like annulling this. Okay, well that's just a disaster. Wow. Yo! And it's piss because they're bad rolls. It's like the right rolls, but they're low. It's the perfect rolls, but they're just low. Oh, wait. I don't think Divine would work, right? Because can Divine change the tier of a roll? Because I need this to go up a tier. Like, it can't just... Yeah, I just don't know how Divine works like that, actually. Unless I'm tripping. Okay, yeah, alright, gotcha. Alrighty, well, it's you know, it's worth sun. Sun. It's gonna be like, I don't know. Let me see, I was actually just looking. Up to a day ago. Yeah, it's not bad. That's our first little chunk of change that we've identified. It's gonna be a couple hundred exalts or a divine, hopefully. Probably like a divine, I think. We will definitely take that.
From a time long ago.
This. It's worth using? Like, are you asking if it's worth using for me or if it's worth using in general, SJ? The way you find out the weights for different modifiers, alpha, is, oh wait, actually, I'm not sure what you're talking about now exactly. Are you talking about for the weighted sum filter, alpha, like on the trade website? Because if you're talking about, like, this stuff, it's a little complicated. Like, I don't think I can actually get into it right now, but long story short, like, let me use an example, I guess. Here's an easy example. This is the easiest, or this will be an easy way to explain it. Okay, so for the jewel filter, the weighted sum, the way this works is when you hit search and you sort by the sum, it's multiplying these weights by the number right here. So cast speed 4, the weight is 4. So that is 16 of the 94 sum, because it's 4 times 4. And then a critical damage bonus is 2. So 2 times 12 is 24. Maximum energy shield is 2. 2 times 15 is 30. Spell damage is probably 2. 2 times 12 is 24. You add all those up and you get the sum. The way you choose the weight is you just kind of have to think about it logically a little bit and think like, okay, cast speed can only roll from 2 to 4. But maximum energy shield can roll from 10 to 20. So if my cast speed roll was a 2, or like, let's take the lowest of each of those. So 10 maximum energy shield is the lowest. That would be 10 sum. 2 cast speed is the lowest. That would be 8 sum. And your goal is to try and think like, how do I get that close to being the same as the other ones? That's part of it. And then the other part of it is like how valuable the stat is. So magnitude of ailments you inflict, just as an example, or magnitude of shock, it can also go 10 to 20, but I'm giving it a slightly higher weight than maximum energy shield or all these other ones that are set at 2, because this is one of the best stats in the game for the sorceress, magnitude of shock and magnitude of ailments. So I want those to pop up at the top when you guys are sorting by sum, just to give you a better chance to actually get those for a good price. You can see here, like, here's I mean, this is the most disgustingly underpriced jewel possible. 11% magnitude. I mean, I gotta go pick this up now. It's an 11, like, I just, this is my own filter, but here I am sniping a jewel that's going to be worth way more than 5 exalted. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be like 100 times more at least. Oh, wait, hold on. Forgot to get the the goods out for him. Alrighty, let's price check it now. 15, 18, 10. So the cheapest one was the one he listed for 5 Exalted, which is what we just bought right here. After that, the next cheapest one is 1 Divine. There's 2 that are up for 1 Divine. 2 Divine, 2 Divine, 2 Divine. And I don't think increased chance to ignite is super sought after, but maybe it actually is. So since when I include increased chance to ignite, I see 20 Divine, which is literally like a... I don't even know what that would be. If this sold for 20 Divine, that would be like a 2,000 return on our investment of 5 Exalted. But since I don't know, I know that maximum energy shield, magnitude of shock, and critical damage bonus are 3 very sought after rolls, especially when on the same jewel. But I don't know the value of this increased chance to ignite and how it pairs with these. I'm just going to do the safe thing, and I'm going to put it for 20 Divine. It probably won't sell for 20 Divine. Come back in an hour, change it to 15. Whenever I get back on the game next after that, if it doesn't sell within the next couple hours, then I'll drop it down to 10. If it doesn't sell for 10, I'll drop it to 5. And although it's very likely that it will sell for 5 or more, if it doesn't for whatever reason, then I'll just sell it for 1 Divine, and it'll probably sell in like 7 minutes.
Perhaps here, Balbala, we can.
Next build challenge, Warbringer Warrior. Good luck. I don't know about that. What's your warrior got on it? It has increased maximum mana and all elemental resistances with max mana soul cores.
Great challenge overcome.
Oh shit, really, Sam? What the hell? I didn't even see it. That's good to know, actually. I will definitely be making use of the teleport that takes you directly to the Trial of Sekheamas. How much investment for the unique build? If you're talking about the one I'm running right now, I mean, I don't know how much you need, but I'm probably up to at least 100 plus divine now, I think. I mean, my wand was 40 divine, chest piece was like 12, jewel up here was like 10 or something, or maybe not 10, it was probably like 5. Against the darkness was like 5. Belt was like 10 or something. Boots were 15. Gloves were like 5 or 10. Or 5, I think. Helmet was like 10. Focus was 5, but it's probably worth like 25. And then amulet someone gave to me, but it's probably worth like 5 to 10. Yeah, so the build's definitely, long story short, the build's definitely 100 plus div at this point. But that's just like my current investment. You don't have to spend that much or have exactly what I have for it to work.
Impressive endurance. Let's plan. Always onwards. The ritual has been disrupted.
Yo, what's up, Cephabarum? And you're all good, brother. This is a very noob-friendly area. If I ever, I'll always be super friendly to noobs, and most of the community here is very open to helping out new players. I think all of us want more people to play the game and for the game to succeed. But to answer your question, the reason why I'm running so fast isn't actually anything to do with my character specifically, other than the fact that I do have boots with 30% increased movement speed. But I'm getting like an additional 100%-ish movement speed from this thing that I'm doing, like this activity or this end game activity that I'm doing, the Trial of Sekheamas. Not only am I getting 40% increased movement speed from this, which is a boon, but I also have these little thingies. I don't know how to describe them, because if I use what they're called relics, that's probably not gonna make any sense to you. I have these little thingies that I can put in prior to running a Trial of Sekheamas. They do not get consumed on use, so I can reuse them for as many runs as I want. They give you buffs, and some of those that I have are giving me extra movement speed as well. So basically, you'll see once I'm done with this, if you're still watching, which I'm almost done. I just need to get here, kill this guy in half a second, and then I'll be done. I move a lot slower outside of Trial of Sekheamas. Not actually slow, though, because I do have 30% movement speed boots, and I've got blink, but the reason I'm, like, zipping around at light speed is just because of the activity that I'm currently doing. It's got, like, a mini-game aspect to it with the boons and stuff, and, like, all the buffs and debuffs you can get. Ah, you're a nice guy. Don't lie. Ingenuity used it all? Yeah, I've been using an Ingenuity since very early into the end game. I bought a 67% one for like 4 Divine very, very early on. It's one of my first upgrades in the end game. Then I used that one all the way up until today, actually, and then I just upgraded it for a 78%.
Impressive endurance.
What are your 2 priorities for jewels, Metaskill plus crit? Well, when I was playing the crit version, it was magnitude of shock or ailments, because it's the same thing. And then metaskills, and then crit. Either crit chance or crit damage. And then a maximum energy shield. And then there's a bunch of other things that were also good. For the current version I'm playing, which is non-crit, my priorities are meta skills, gain percent increased energy, magnitude of shock or ailments, and then pretty much just either like recover mana on kill or cast speed, spell damage, elemental damage, you know, any other like good stats that show up. Increased chance to shock is a really solid one. But the main two are meta skills, gain energy, and magnitude of shock or ailments. However, quick caveat, you only want to stack energy gain up to 150%. So I actually have one too many jewels on my tree right now with meta energy gain. Specifically 150%. Any more than that is not really going to do you any good until you get up to like 200%, which is not very realistic. At 100%, you are getting, or 150%. At default, you're getting 40 power from shocking a unique boss. If you have 150%, you multiply that by 2.5. You're getting 100 energy per shock from 150% increased energy gained. So basically, you know, if you're getting 100 energy per shock, then that means you are charging up your cast on shock in like a way that's even. So whether or not you need 100 energy to cast Lightning Conduit or 200 energy, you've got like an even number there that's gonna properly, I don't know what the word is, but like it's gonna take 1 or 2 shocks to get your Lightning Conduit off instead of 3. It's a breakpoint. It's a very important breakpoint. Why do you use Frostwall? I'm only using it during the trial because there's a way you can teleport through walls with Frostwall to like skip through the gauntlet rounds. Are you rocking Cast on Shock also? I am. Cast on Shock, Lightning Conduit, Impetus, Energy Retention, Elemental Focus, and Rising Tempest. And it just turned off for a second because I pulled my Lightning Conduit out. But yeah, I am running it. And I got when I swapped to Warrior, I took off my Everlasting Gaze and replaced it with a Spirit Amulet. And there is like a crazy strategy you can do. I have yet to do it, but you can technically run a Scepter. So you could do like Warrior and then a non-Spirit Amulet. And then you can just straight up run a Scepter and get a shit ton of Spirit. And you can run like 3 Cast on Shocks plus Archmage. I haven't done it. Have not tested it. I've seen other people do it. I've been in a map with someone that's done it. And they were clearing fine. But I have not done it, so.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta. This cannot be. It is only time.
Ooh, we finally got a freaking Desperate Alliance. So there is another, or that is like the first like super consistent way to make currency with this strategy is from the Desperate Alliance. Cannot speak.
Let's plan.
Most of the other currency you're going to be making is going to be from the jewels, time lost jewels, and relics, of course. Which we have gotten a lot of jewels and relics, so I anticipate we're going to make a fair bit from that as well. almost got half a quad tab of relics from just 3 runs. Kaboom. Okay, we got a royal down there, another royal, nice. We got 2 royals. Wait, is it 3 royals? No, it's just 2. Oh my goodness, I just clicked on the wrong chest. Also, I forgot. Extra sacred water. Okay, silver royal, nice. Mysterious, another royal, sheesh. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I love jewels. Like, jewels are actually just like one of my favorite freaking. I used to not like them because there's like so many stats, but out of all the things I could see a rare drop, like an unidentified item, like jewel is easily one of the best things for me because like they just so common for jewels to be like worth a divine or like worth some good currency. Yeah. Okay. Good luck, Sky, with the Desperate Alliances. I'll probably just give you, like, all my Desperate Alliances that I get from the 20 runs for free, Sky, once I'm done. Obviously, I'm going to calculate the profit of them, but I'm probably going to give them to you just because you've been so supportive and, like, helped us kickstart up and everything. And now we're finally actually making, like, stupid good currency or super good currency at this point, so... We're just zooming. How much crit chance on Spark? I have no crit chance. Whenever oh yeah, I didn't even do that boss right. I didn't even gem swap for the boss. The boss should have died quicker. Not to mention I also didn't really use my flame wall, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm like not even thinking about a dream fragment, to be honest. I mean, eventually I might get one, but like I feel like dream fragments are like way too expensive for how much of an upgrade you're actually gonna get. That would be correct. SRINU. You will definitely want tabs to sell stuff. You don't need them, but it's quite important. For the Spark Sork build, Christian, it's going to be the 5 all attributes. Because eventually you'll be getting Chaos inoculations, so you're going to become immune to Chaos damage anyways. You give a small gear breakdown really quick? I can, but it's going to be super small. Wand, high max mana, +5 level. 2 most important things, mana plus level. Following that would be the cast speed and intelligence, and then the increases to damage at the top are cherry on top. But there are other options besides cast speed and intelligence. You could get mana regen, stuff like that would be fine. Increased chance to shock would also be good. Helmet, high max mana, reasonably high energy shield, rarity, resistances. Warrior, chest piece, increased maximum mana per socket, 10% all Ellie-res per socket, and 5 increased max mana runes. Ingenuity, 78%. Gloves, as high of energy shield as possible while also maintaining high mana. I wanted rarity of items found on my gloves, so I kind of like searched for it specifically. And then really high resistances. Boots, same as everything else, as high of energy shield as possible while also getting high mana. And then good resistances and good intelligence, which intelligence of course provides a lot of damage for our build. And then finally the 30 move speed is pretty mandatory as well. The amulet, just 60 spirit amulet, ton of mana, and then resistances and a little bit of strength to help with the attribute requirements for the chest piece. Rings, most important thing here is the high max mana. After that, you're looking for a plethora of other good things like mana regen, cast speed, attributes, increased lightning damage. This one, of course, has lightning, max mana, dex, and mana regen. This one is max mana, cast speed, intelligence, and lightning damage. Finally, the shield, +2 level of all spell skills. Most important things are the focus, not shield. For your focus, what you're looking for like a late game focus is going to be level of all spell skills. And then the alternatives, or not the alternatives, but the additional things you'd be looking for would be like intelligence, mana regen, cast speed, increases to lightning damage or spell damage. That's about it. Mind you, if you're playing a crit version, you can pretty much add crit chance or crit damage onto any of the pieces I just talked about where you can actually get it. So like your wand, focus, gloves, helmet, all of those spots where you can get crit chance, amulet as well, would probably be a good idea to do so, but it is going to up the price of the items by likely a fair bit. Can't give you an exact estimate on that, but if I wanted to get this, like I got this wand for 39 divine, which is not cheap, obviously, but if I wanted to get the same wand with crit chance of spells instead of intelligence, it'd probably be like 80 or 70 divine or something. So that's why I think the non-crit version on a lower budget, and when I say lower budget, I mean like lower than 200 divine to be clear. I think the non-crit version is actually pretty damn solid. I don't think the crit version is bad, but the crit version just takes off a lot better with higher budget.
I continue
Perhaps
to
here,
serve.
Balbala, we can both be redeemed.
19 evasion rating is huge. Facts. Do I have that somewhere on my gear? Oh yeah, the fatty 19 evasion. Holy. I paid good money for that 19 evasion. You already know.
Impressive endurance.
Oh yeah, my bad, Sergeant Tao. I saw your message earlier. I just got caught up on something else. I'm using a magnified effect and persistence for my sigil of power. So it's huge and it lasts for a long time.
I would give anything for a sip.
Sand, take you.
A great challenge overcome.
Yeah, eventually, I mean, whether or not you take persistence off Spark is kind of like a personal choice that you'll have to make. I took it off Spark. So the problem is, I guess, like, the way your Spark will look for a long time would be Arcane Tempo, Excel, Inspiration, Persistence, considered casting. Whenever you have enough mana regen to support taking off Inspiration, it's worth also taking off Persistence, because pretty much like you're waiting to be able to take off Inspiration so you can slot in Overcharge and Lightning Exposure. Getting just one of them is okay, but getting both of these together on your Spark when you have enough mana regen to get rid of Inspiration and also just enough base damage to support two gems like this that are kind of like supporty, it's just insane. Because, I mean, not only are these improving the damage of your Spark, but they're also improving the damage of your Lightning Conduit by a shit ton. Higher magnitude of shock and reducing the enemy's resistance is very, very valuable. And now you can just do it without ever having to press your Orb of Storms. Just makes the build flow a little bit better, more quality of life. And especially for something like Simulacrum, this is very, very helpful. Because, you know, then in Simulacrum, you can just spam Spark. And you're getting, like, all the value of all your stuff. Getting really high magnitude shocks. Reducing the enemy resistance by a shit ton because of exposure. Our Ascendancy has the bonus to exposure as well, so very, very strong.
Impressive endurance. I would give anything for a sip.
I can't do that yet.
Oh shit. I'm blind. I didn't even see this section. Yo, what's up, Scrotum Assassin? How you doing, brother? Speaking of which, Scrotum Assassin, since I've got you here, look what I got for you, brother. Spent a little bit of time off stream setting this up. Bada bang. Bada boom. There's your alert, brother. I don't know if you intended for there to be a message, but if you did, feel free to let me know. I can include the message. I need to add a custom sound effect to the donations at some point. Like, now I have the custom sound effect for the subs. Speaking of which, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch and you happen to have a an unused Twitch Prime subscription laying around on your Twitch right now and you want to support the boy, appreciate it if you head over there and drop the Twitch Prime sub. Although I'm sure many of you probably used them for drops. I don't know if drops had anything to do with subs this time around, but if not, and you got a Twitch Prime sub, go support your boy. Alright, shameless plug over. There's not a lot of good options here.
You will succeed.
Yo, Scrotum Assassin with the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. Thank you, thank you. Shout out Scrotum. Let's go.
Go with strength.
Yo, Cam Slays with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. Good looks, fellas. Good looks. Yoink a little bit of money from Mr. Bezos.
I can feel it.
Fund me to get a couple extra tacos here and every once in a while. It's a win-win for everyone. And by tacos, I really mean, you know, invest in my future, actually. Or like pay for overhead. I don't actually waste your guys' donations on like fast food or whatever. I actually think I should take this. The 30 sacred water penalty is actually kind of rough.
That's close.
Not yet.
Level 60, how much damage should I have on the spark? It's very dependent on how much currency you've invested at that point. But I think when I was doing like my pretty low budget, you know, zero to hero-esque run on this character at around level 60. Probably had a couple thousand DPS, like 3, 4, maybe like 2, 3, 4K DPS on the Spark around that time. Yo, how do I say that name? Ramora Campbell with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name. If I did, my apologies. But thank you so much, my man. Alright, we got the 30% increased effect of our non-unique relics, which is all we really need. The future isn't guaranteed. Taco is now. Holy shit. You are a genius. I've actually, those are some like omega enlightening words. Somebody better write that down, actually. Might need to go in like a history book or something. Damn it. Oh yeah, good call, JJJ. I usually do actually have a... I was a little too tired today, I forgot. I usually put the Twitch stream in the YouTube chat and then I pin it. So it's at like the top of the YouTube chat, so it's easy access for people in case they'd prefer to watch on Twitch. Sometimes I do have music playing on my Twitch. No problem, came from YouTube and following you there for like 2 weeks now. Hey, let's go. I appreciate that, my man. Glad to hear you've been enjoying the YouTube content.
Good riddance.
Yo, Dav Sierra. I know I butchered that one. That's for damn sure I butchered that shit. But I appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for the sub. Dav Sierra with the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. I'm getting better at abusing the glitch.
I shall aid you.
I'm a exploit abuser. Woo! Ooh, let's go Silver Tongue. Now we're talking.
Go with strength. Onwards.
The rest of these kind of suck. Ooh, I can't find a 5-link warrior with maximum mana and elemental res. Let me show you an easy way to do that real quick. So if you come here, type in warrior. You're gonna do rune sockets 5. And you're gonna do increased mana socket. Like that. And then you're gonna do elemental socket. Boom, 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 boom. You're gonna type 5 for the mana, 10 for the elemental res. You're gonna hit search, and bada bing. Here you go. They're gonna be, it looks like 12 to 15 div is probably what you would expect to pay right now. Alternatively, there's a little life hack you can do. You can look for 4 socket with 6 and I think it's 8. Yeah, like this. And then you're losing too tired. I can't even do this math in my head. So yeah, so instead of getting 5 times 5 for 25, you're getting 6 times 4. So you're only losing 1% mana. And then for res, you're getting 9 times 4, 36, instead of 10 times 5. So you're losing 14% all Ellie res, right? I think. Yeah, so you'll lose 14% all Ellie res, but you'll only lose a 1% increased maximum mana if you just go for a 4 socket with 6% and oh wait, no, hold on, I did this wrong. It's 6 and 12. Yeah, I mean technically you could do what I was doing a second ago if you like don't need the resistances or whatever, but you can do this. So instead of spending like 12 to 15, you can come spend like 7 to 9 and you're losing, oops. Instead of getting 50 all Ellie res, you're getting 48, and instead of getting 25% increased maximum mana, you're getting 24%. So you're only losing 1% mana and 2% all Ellie res, but you're saving like, you know, it's like gonna cost you half as much, kinda, or you're gonna save like 7-ish div. Do you have a planner for this build? Yeah, if you type !build, it'll take you to the most recent YouTube video, and there are planners in the description of that YouTube video. They are a tiny bit outdated, just in the sense that I've made upgrades to the build since that most recent video, but it is the most recent guide and planner that I have for the build. What percentage of magnitude of shock are we looking to get from gems in total? I would say there's not really a particular breakpoint, but something that you want to keep in mind, like, I mean, getting pretty much as high as possible is kind of the goal, without like sacrificing other things, I suppose. But wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, ideally you just want to get as much as you possibly can without like hindering yourself. So in an ideal world, you would have 4 jewel, or you'd have like a ton of jewels that just look like this or something, like this or this. Like as much magnitude of shock and ailments you can get as possible, pretty much. With that being said, if you want to be a little specific, you're ideally looking for this number right here, the per shock number, to be a multiple of 5. Same with the total shock, but mainly the individual shock. You want that to be a multiple of 5 if you can. Or that's like the way to optimize it the most. And JR Gummy, or JR Jumi with the Twitch Prime sub, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. The reason you want it to be a multiple of 5 though is because lightning conduit scales with the multiple of 5. So if you have 75% shock, your lightning conduit's going to do just as much damage, or not just as much, because obviously if it's got a higher shock on them, when lightning conduit procs, it only pulls off 1 shock. So this part's annoyingly complicated to explain, but if it's 2 75% shocks, it's going to take 1 off, and then it's going to get all of the bonus, like all of the more damage from that. And then it's also going to do more damage because the enemy is still shocked with a 75% shock. So the breakpoints are the 5% multiples. It's not the end of the world, though, if you're not sitting on a breakpoint. Like, I would not stress over it. Or I would not stress over it in the slightest, just because at the end of the day, more shock is still more damage, even if you're not hitting the breakpoint.
A rare treasure.
A great challenge overcome.
I mean, ideally, you want to be hitting like 100 mana breakpoints
A moment
as well
of respite.
for your Archmage and for your Arcane Intensity. But as you can see, I'm doing a terrible job at that because I'm very close to a breakpoint, but I didn't hit it. But I'm not gonna, you know, it's not the end of the world, obviously. It's not something to stress over, in my opinion.
The ritual has been disrupted.
I can't do that yet.
Sheesh, we've got a lot of Chaos Orbs recently. At least it feels like it. Nice little tier 4 dual string bow. Dual string bow is
Overcome.
the best bow base in the game, so can sometimes be worth a lot of
Relish your
moolah.
mortality. Move quickly.
And now for the other.
That was an impressive display.
Item level 82 base, so I'll pick that up. Royal. Two more jewels. Love that. Love that.
Let's plan. Always. The choice is made. Always, always onward. Always onwards. Go with strength. You will succeed.
What relics to focus on for the trials? I would recommend, because it's a little bit of detail, I'd recommend you go back a little bit in the stream if you have the opportunity. Obviously, I'll be covering it in the video that I post about this, but a little bit earlier on the stream, right before I actually started the first trial, I went over like all of the information for the relics on what you want to be looking for and stuff like that. Long story short, though, you want increased, for the strategy that I'm doing anyways, you want increased quantity of relics found. You need at least 77%. And if you have 77%, then you get the boon right Yeah, Enchanted Urn.
Nothing.
30% increased effect of your non-unique relics. That turns your 77% increased quantity of relics found into 100%, which means you're guaranteed to get 2 unique relics from the final boss. And then other than that, you just want honor resistance, additional choices from the merchant, and that's mainly it.
Rest a while.
You can actually get 3 relics, Create Chaos. You can get 3 relics guaranteed if you do your relics correctly enough, or like in the right way. There's technically a way to get a guaranteed 3 unique relics from every run.
Go with strength. Always onwards.
Ever since you told me the other night that I'm grinding for nothing? What? There's no way those words... There's like no way those exact words came out of my mouth. I can't imagine I would have told somebody they're grinding for nothing. I typically say the exact opposite.
Stand tall.
Oh yeah, I don't think league resets are like indicative of you grinding for nothing though, because I mean, there's always going to be a league reset. Like, there's never not going to be a league reset. So, if you feel like a league reset means that you're grinding for nothing, then by that logic, you're just always grinding for nothing, basically. But of course, you know, that's not how it works. Or, that is how it works, but like, I wouldn't say that that means you're grinding for nothing, though. Why would I play if I lose all my progress? Why would you... Well, I'll answer your question with a question. Why would you play ranked games in a competitive game if at the start of the next season they're going to reset your ranks?
I shall aid you.
It's just, like, it's just how it works. Like, I don't know. Like, Escape from Tarkov does the same thing. They have resets. It's because the progression, like, the progress is the fun part. The fun part is not, like, I mean, it's kind of cliche, but the fun is the journey. The fun is not the end. Like, once you get to the point where you have nothing to progress, then you have nothing to do and there's nothing to actually enjoy. But if you still have stuff to progress, like, that's the fun part. And like learning how to get better at it, do it quicker on the next league. You know, new builds come out, new skills, new classes, new mechanics, all these different things. So it's a beautiful thing.
Let the river be your path. You will succeed. You will succeed.
There is power in this object. I can feel it. Victory is mine.
A great challenge overcome. Relish your mortality. The ritual has been disrupted. A moment of respite. Beware the scorpion's sting. Beware the darts. This was the end of the trial in my time. But I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them. Rest a while. We will succeed.
So with this version of the build, you're not stacking int, you focus on magnitude and meta to increase the damage of cast and shock, is that correct? So. I mean, I'm doing a little bit of both. Like, there's not... And this is typically the case with most builds in this game. But I'm not, like, hard focusing on one super specific thing only. But for my jewels in specific, like magnitude and meta skills gain increased energy is two of the primary stats on my jewels. But I am, like, I guess the way I would phrase this is like I am stacking int. Like I'm stacking int, but I'm also stacking magnitude and meta skills gain increased energy. I'm basically stacking like 15 different things. Stacking mana, intelligence, cast speed, mana regen, increased lightning damage, meta skills gain increased energy, magnitude of shock and magnitude of ailments, resistances, obviously, a little bit of increased rarity here or there. Plus levels of spell skills is another big one. But yeah, the biggest ones, I guess, to be fair, would be mana regen, int, magnitude of shock, and then meta skills gain increased energy. Those would probably be like the biggins.
We can both be redeemed.
I'd be okay if I could keep my currency because I've been grinding for, 3 months now and I'm not even close to done. I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, I can see your point. I can definitely see your point, but it's like you have to... you have to try and put yourself in the other person's shoes as well. Like the people who are done with most of the content in the first month. And the only reason you're not at that stage yet is because you just haven't, like, you probably haven't been playing the game for long enough, which is why, you know, you said it earlier, the thing you keep is your knowledge. So next league, you will have the same amount of currency that you have now, but like in half the time or less than half the time. So every time a new league happens, you get that currency much quicker. That gives you the opportunity to make more builds, try out new things, take more risks, gamble, all that good stuff.
Always onwards. The choice is made. Always on. Always. You will use that well.
Alright, SJ, more like weak. I mean, for like the Omega Giga Uber Chads, they probably still had stuff to do for like the first 2-3 weeks. But I mean, it's a huge spectrum, obviously. Like your average player, I think they released the stats a couple days ago. Your average player, or the mean character level, I think, is level 75. And the median character level is 89. Are there any gems in Sigil of Power? Yeah, there are. I'm using Magnified Effect and Persistence in my Sigil of Power. If I did say that the average player is on a spectrum, that's not what I meant. Just that it's a spectrum of player skill, basically. Like, ranging from the Giga Chads that are clearing the entire game in a couple weeks, all the way to the people that are working 120-hour jobs throughout the week, or not 120-hour, working for like 60 hours a week and only get to play the game for a couple hours a day and have never played POE 1 before. The people who are literally just like getting their feet wet for the first time. Who, you know, those people probably still have tons and tons to do right now. I mean, shit, I've still got stuff I can do. So, you know, and I've been playing the game a shit ton. And yeah, it's like one of those things where I genuinely feel like almost probably the vast majority of people, when they first kind of like learn about the reset and they learn what the reset is, their immediate response is going to be, oh, that sounds like ass. Like, why would they reset my progress? And then after they've gone through it like 2 or 3 times, they're like, oh, I get it now. Like, the reset is actually hype as shit. And there's probably like a very small select number of people that genuinely, even after experiencing the reset multiple times, still do not like it. But thankfully for those people, like, to be clear, because maybe this wasn't actually even explained well enough, and maybe this will get your spirits up, create chaos, but your stuff doesn't get like deleted. Like, they don't delete your characters and delete your currency. They just move it to a separate league that is not connected to the current league. So it becomes this standard league, which is where your characters will go for the rest of time whenever a league ends. So like, if you want to say the league we're in right now is League 1, at the end of League 1, your League 1 characters will go to the standard league. League 2 starts, League 2 and standard do not mix. Currency doesn't mix, characters don't mix, nothing mixes. When League 2 ends, League 2 joins standard, and now standard is League 1 and League 2 together, does not mix with League 3. And I guess the easiest like thing that I could say, or the main reason why everybody should think that resets are good, is because if the game didn't reset, the game would die. Like literally the game 100 million bajillion percent after 5 months, a year, the game would die if it didn't reset. Like if there was no league resets, the game would die. At least in comparison to what it would be with resets.
There is power
Let's
in
give it the WoW treatment and add content upping level cap. No, I do not think so. It it wouldn't even be possible.
I must do right.
You would run into like the most ridiculous power creep issues. I think that like you couldn't even imagine how bad the power creep would become. Yes, that's correct, Lewis Wen. Yeah, definitely, I could say for sure, you could not just give POE the WoW treatment. I could say that for sure. It just wouldn't work. Like, and it has to do with POE, not the WoW treatment necessarily. Like, the WoW treatment is obviously a strategy that works for certain types of games, but it does not work for a game like POE, or it would not work, I should say. In the same way that it wouldn't work for a game like Tarkov. Like, it's all about like that starting from nothing, like being something really special that a lot of people come to love. Yo, let me up there.
This battle is our sacred duty.
You might be right, Alex Penty, but I don't know, like, I mean, if you are, I don't know what things would cause it to be watered down. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some small things, but it should be largely the same. Like, if in League 2 they add, like, some new space-time travel mechanic, like you can travel back in time or whatever, when that league gets moved to standard, that mechanic should go to standard, I believe. Oh, wait, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. By watered down, I think if you've heard that from PoE 1 players, what they mean more than likely is that it's not current. Like, you're not playing with the majority of active players, because the majority of active players will always be in the current league. So if League 2 just went to standard, then you could expect 95% of active players to be in League 3 and 5% of players to be in standard. And it's watered down because the market is going to be completely cooked. Like the economy in Standard League is a whole different economy. So yeah, it is kind of a watered down version because not only are you not getting League 3's mechanics when they come out, but you're also in like another dimension basically, because the economy is going to be completely different. There's going to be way less active players. It's going to be harder to trade, etc., etc. Like Standard is just not where you like. For most people, Standard's not where you want to be. Future acts won't really be like moved to Standard, Lewis. I don't think, or I don't know exactly what you mean, but like when they add the new acts, like acts 4, 5, and 6, those will be in Standard and in the current leagues, and it'll just be character dependent. Like if you make a new character, you'll have to redo the side quests to get the rewards. If it's a character that's already done them, then you'll just already have the rewards.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta.
This king courses with power.
The sands of time.
No, man, he actually finally got one of these thingies off.
You surprise cannot be. It is minutes by time.
The wicked Sekheamas made you, king, and I have unmade you.
I'm fine giving up 2 seal relics, or actually I can just go back and grab them. Those 80 exalt were from from the ring I sold, so I'm not going to include them, obviously.
I shall aid you.
Alrighty, what caches do we have here? Time lost? Oh, man. Oh, please, 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 please give me a gold key. Yes, 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 yes. I got a gold key, let's go. Oh, man, I wish I had 3 gold keys. Holy. 2 royals and a time lost. Well, time lost and royal it is. I have a bunch of silvers. Do we have any royals? Relic. Boots. Not really any good silver caches. I'm just gonna pick random ones. Alrighty. so weird. Are people not buying unidentified time loss jewels? Like, mine are the cheapest on the market from the last day by a fair bit. But I actually just don't know if people are buying them un-ID'd. I might have to ID these. Should have like 50 million tabs open right now. I'm just gonna keep lowering the price on these that I got from before I started the test. See how much people actually buy them for. I mean, I'm sure at some point somebody's gonna have to buy them. But for the ones that I'm getting from the test, I'll probably calculate the unidentified profit, but then I'll probably end up rolling these. I'm just obviously gonna roll all the regular jewels. I don't think anybody's buying unidentified. Yeah, not really. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna roll them. Alrighty. Got some more stuff. How did you solve mana issues after taking Mom? Even with the flask and 6k mana, I get one shot. I mean, there will be. How do you solve mana issues? You mean, how do you get more mana, or how do you get more mana regen? Okay, well, yeah, it sounds like you're talking about mana regen. For mana regen, getting 2 rings, well, I don't even have 2 rings, but getting 1 ring with mana regen, and like, I'm not even playing with inspiration, but so without inspiration, all I need is mana regen on 1 ring with good ingenuity. I have some mana regen on my shield, and that's actually it. I mean, I have mana regen on my tree, of course, like right here. All of these nodes, obviously. Arcane Surge, of course, is giving us mana regen. We're getting more effect of this per max mana we have. Yeah, I actually have like very little mana regen. So I mean, and I do also have recover 4% of mana on kill, because I have 2 jewels with 2% mana on kill recovered. So I mean, if I just like hold my spark, I drain my mana pretty fast. But when I'm clearing around, I'm just like tapping spark like this, just like tapping it every once in a while. And on Breach and Simulacrum and stuff, you can pretty much just hold it down if you have some recover mana on kill, because you'll be killing so many things that you'll just be recovering like a ridiculous amount of mana. And I did get this second ring with more mana regen just to like test it out, and I can, you know, spam for longer without losing mana, but I don't know. I don't really think I can't speak. I just don't use it. Like, this cost me a lot of currency to try and replace this one, and I thought this would be better, but actually I just don't think it's better. Actually just feels a lot better to have more damage and a little bit less mana regen. kind of support gems do you have for cast on shock? I have lightning conduit, impetus, energy retention, elemental focus, and rising tempest. I've played around with a lot of different potential options here, as I also have with spark. And the, I guess, honorable mentions besides this setup would be to take energy retention out of cast on shock, put controlled destruction in, so you run like triple damage support. And then for your spark on bosses, when you take acceleration out, you put strip away in instead of controlled destruction. Because obviously before we were putting controlled destruction here, but if that's in your cast on shock, then you can't. So for bosses, you would swap acceleration for strip away. And that actually was better for me with my last wand. But due to the increased damage from upgrading my wand and a couple of other things, POB just ended up simulating that putting controlled destruction in my spark would actually be better. And the specific reason for that is because my previous wand, I don't think I have it anymore. Or I think I bricked it. Like, I tried corrupting it and then I was going to sell it, but yeah, it was this one, but I bricked it when I corrupted it. But long story short, my previous wand, before I corrupted it, it had a % increased chance to shock as a suffix. What that meant was on bosses with strip away, I had a 100% chance to shock the boss. Without the increased chance to shock, though, to get up to a 100% chance to shock, I need the extra damage from controlled destruction. So that's why I put that in for bosses, and that's why I went back to energy retention on cast on shock. And there's some ways you can kind of like calculate this stuff as well. The energy retention one is a little hard. You have to like pull out the calculator yourself because POB does not do it for you. But I mean, this is a pretty crude way to do it. But you know, 35% chance to refund half of the energy cost. If our lightning conduit is doing 8 million per hit on average, then we can divide that by 2 for the 50% energy that we would gain from energy retention. You know, half of 8 million is 4 million. That would be half of the energy cost in DPS or average hit. And then since it's a 35% chance to refund that, we could just divide this by 3. And you could argue that energy retention is adding 1.3 million DPS or average hit to our cast on shock. And then you can just compare that to how much damage controlled destruction would add. So go to skills, cast on shock, drop energy retention for controlled destruction. It's at 7.9 million. If I put controlled destruction in, we get 1.7 million increased, which is obviously more than 1.3 million, which is why I actually think controlled destruction and cast on shock is good, and that's why I was using it before, but with my new wand, it just makes more sense to put controlled destruction in my spark. And you can actually see that here with controlled destruction. We have 100% chance to shock. If I take this off, we go to 79% chance to shock. And even if I were to set the resistance to what my strip away in shock would make their resistance be from the exposure alone, not including conductivity, it still says my chance to shock is 79%. I don't actually think that's true. It probably does go up to like 85% or something, but I don't think it would be 100%. Yeah, no, the POB from my previous video has not been updated because that video doesn't talk about any of this stuff, so I don't want people to like watch the video and then go click the POB and then like, you know, it's a complete mismatch to what they just saw in the video. Because that video is still just like a step in the, you know, it's a part of the process. Like we went, you know, we were that and we were able to upgrade to this over time. But I still think that that previous video is like a pretty important step in the process. Alrighty though. I am going to go ahead and call the stream there, I think. This was a bit of a shorter stream than I would have liked it to be, but as I said at the beginning of the stream, and as is clear in the title, I'm like fixing my sleep schedule right now, so I'm super duper tired. I've probably like rambled a fair bit in some of these situations and said some shit that was probably pretty hard to follow and confusing. Usually I'm not like that, obviously, or try my best not to be. But I appreciate all y'all for tuning in, staying tuned, watching, even though I was a sleepy mess. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to everyone that subscribed. Also, I believe Super Chat came in today as well. $10 Super Chat from somebody. Appreciate you for that as well, of course. Love you guys. Take care. Have fun blasting. Latest chefs. And also, we will obviously be continuing this test when I come back on stream tomorrow, or, you know, it should be tomorrow. We've got 15 more, or 16. We got 16 more trials of Sekheamas to do. Not even sure that we'll be able to do all 16 in the next stream. If we grind it out for like 6 to 8 hours straight, maybe. Don't know for sure. I don't know what the time it takes really to do one of these is yet. I haven't timed myself, but it's probably like 20-ish minutes or a little bit more maybe. I don't know. But y'all take it easy. Appreciate y'all.